Live. We're almost here. We go. Now we're live. How's everyone doing tonight? Nice to see all of you in the chat. Hope everyone is having a good night. How you doing tonight, Dan?
I'm doing very well. It was a fun weekend. How are you doing?
Good. I'm in New York right now. Been traveling a decent amount the last couple of weeks, and gonna go to the National. Decided to go, so I'll be going for a couple of days.
That's this weekend, right?
Yeah, this coming weekend.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna be there Thursday and Friday, Wednesday night, Thursday and Friday, and then I have another thing I'm going to over the weekend, so I'll miss the latter part of it, but that should be fun. And I know a few people have reached out to me saying that they were going to go, so I'll get to see some people, which will be nice.
You're home Sunday for the Patreon thing, though, right?
Yes, our Patreon thing will be this Sunday.
Might as well shout that out up front. Sunday the 31st from 1 to 4 p.m. Eastern. I'll be presenting. My presentation is not yet complete, maybe not yet started, but I'm going to be submitting a lot of cards to PSA this week while also making that presentation. So It's going to be a busy week.
We trust you. I'm sure it'll be good. Nothing other to nothing to mention on my side. This is our call-in show. So Dan's going to be co-hosting again. Happy to have him. So we do have a topic of sorts tonight, which is just going to be like, are you buying? Are you selling? What are you sort of doing in this market? I thought it might be interesting to hear if anyone wants to come on and just kind of talk about what they're doing, why they're doing it, what they're sort of seeing in the market. But as always, it can also just be open. And if you don't want to talk about that and you have something else on your mind, feel free to jump on as well. Nothing else from me. Anything else from you, Dan, before we bring on our first guest here?
No, I think I'm good to go.
Great. So the link to come on is in the description. If you click that link, you'll get in line to basically come on, and we'll bring people on sort of one at a time and just have a discussion and hang out and go from there. All right. So first person is Colorson Cardboard.
What's going on?
Hi there.
How's it going?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, how's So what I've been doing is, ever since I started buying about 1.5 years ago, I accepted the fact that I had no idea what I was doing, and I just committed a dollar amount that I was going to spend every month until I thought I had a firmer grasp on the market, and I still don't feel like I do. So I've just been spending $1,500 a month. Luckily, I bought early cert CGC cards when I first started, so some of my mistakes were kind of helped out there. But I think that's probably the best thing any new collector can do. Because even if you think you know what you're doing, you probably won't for another year or two, and just dollar cost in when it's a crazy market to begin with is probably a pretty good idea. I was curious to hear your guys' thoughts on that, and I got caught up in something, so I'm gonna leave the call, but I do want to hear what your guys' opinion is on that.
Sure. All right. Thank you for coming on and asking our first question.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Have a good night. You want to go first, or you want me to?
I assume that was him typing, and that was the thing he was doing, and not you.
Yeah.
Or myself. Hopefully, it's not a connection issue.
Yeah, that wasn't me typing.
It appeared that something probably came up work-wise for him. What are your thoughts, Dan, to start us off?
Yeah, the concept of dollar cost averaging. If you're buying into overpriced things that are too high, it's not going to pan out too well. I think the concept was originally coined for dollar cost averaging into like the traditional investment sphere. Anytime traditional investing terminology is used in Pokemon, it just gets me a little antsy. But yeah, I mean, if you're, I believe in Pokemon long term, and I think there's definitely good things to be buying always. Jake titled it, "Are you buying or selling right now?" I'm always doing both. I'm generally trying to buy where I see the most value that I think the market is undervaluing, and I'm trying to sell what I think they're overvaluing. So if I was only allowed to buy, I would definitely be able to spend $1,500 every month and feel like I'm getting really good stuff. Throughout 2020, throughout the boom, I was spending much more than that and buying good things throughout. So general concept like that, I think it's reasonable.
Yeah, I think if I didn't already have quite a bit of Pokemon, I always try to answer this from a different perspective, because like if I was newer in the hobby and I was still really enthusiastic about like building my collection, and I felt like I think it's much better. One idea that I think is good is that I think it's much better to be looking for really good auctions and trying to find really good deals. And the longer the period that you do that, the more likely you are to find those deals. And so part of why it makes sense to always be buying something if you find those good deals, rather than just like, I'm going to wait a whole year, is you can miss a whole year of searching for like pretty good, fairly under the market or decent mint cards that you could grade, those types of deals. As far as like, is the market going to go up or going to be higher or lower in a year? I really have no idea. I don't have one sense one way or the other. I think I really think it's about a coin flip. And with probably your best money in that it's going to be, most things will be 10 to 20%, around where they're at right now, unless there's some sort of dramatic shift in terms of demand. Which I don't think is going to happen one way or the other. So because of that, I actually think that the notion of dollar cost averaging is not how I would think about it. I would think about it more as like, if you really like this, just be super engaged, buy really good lots at really good prices, and just be patient and slowly be picking them up over the next. So I've done 3 different things in this hobby. So most of the time I've been in that mindset. Then there was a 1 year period in 2019 where I actually became more aggressive and started buying up any card that came up even close to market value of certain things that I was targeting and looking at. So when I have when I strongly believe in that the market is really, really underpricing or undervaluing something, I will buy up any copy of that card that comes on the market, whether or not it's, under or slightly over. I probably won't pay way over, because I also don't want to push the market up before I get a bunch of it. So I'm also, I also have that in the back of my head too. And I am doing that in certain markets right now, not in Pokemon, with that sort of more aggressive mindset. But in Pokemon, because I feel like it's a lot more optimized, there's a lot more people watching, there's a lot more people engaged. And I think that the prices probably right now pretty accurately reflect sort of like how everyone's basically feeling. And I'm not sure why like sentiment would quickly change again one way or another. I think it makes much more sense to just be super patient, build your collection over a while, pick up good things. I definitely am not like the prices are crazy and you shouldn't buy these things. And they have no value. Like I think that I'm a little bit concerned still, obviously, about macroeconomic stuff. Obviously, we've had like, steadying or a short-term rebound in markets and some calming and some decent, earnings but like that could all be wiped away pretty quickly with some more pessimism and some more bad numbers, and depending on what the Fed's going to do. So I'm still kind of just interested in that, broadly speaking. But I've been dipping back and buying a little stock here and there. And so I'm of the mindset of it makes the most sense if you're in a decent financial position to be slowly buying whatever you think is of good value from an investment perspective, speculative perspective, or fundamentally as a collector, because that would have been my mindset, would have been, I want to build complete sets of a lot of these cards. And I think now is a decent, now it is worth your time to be engaged again. I like, it wasn't even worth your time spending all that time looking at auctions because every auction was going like 3 times the last one, and it was just insane, and people were bidding each other crazy, 2 years ago. Now it's a lot more like so I'm looking again. I'm very engaged again because I think it's a lot more worth your time, if that makes sense. So, yeah, I think it's a good time to collect, but definitely patience. Patience, I think, is important. And I'm going to be more aggressive on the rarer stuff. The rarer it is, the more aggressive I'm going to be, because the more that card may not come on the market, and then the less rare, the more patient I would be.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this hobby that people were FOMOing on in 2020 that you could never really miss out completely. You might miss out on pricing, and you might never be able to get it cheaper again. But certain things are always going to be around. Base set Charizard is always going to be available. Base Unlimited. You're never really going to miss out. Maybe like 2018 prices, 2019 prices, you might have missed out on as low as they were. But what people were doing in 2020 made no sense with things like that.
Yeah. And I want to highlight this comment that says like anything is a good buy at the right price. And which is definitely correct. But like, one thing that's important to think about is like, it wasn't even worth buying. There was literally nothing worth buying 2 years ago, in my opinion, in the Pokemon hobby, outside of maybe like literally World's promos. It was like the only thing I was buying, like during the move up in Pokemon versus other hobbies that hadn't gone up yet. Now, and I could be wrong about this, but now I don't feel that way about the Pokemon hobby. I think that there's good value again in some items, and it's actually worth engaging and looking. And I, completely agree with this, that like now, not only is it worth looking and engaging again, but like there are things that are coming in at the right price, in my opinion, in my personal opinion. So I'm not going to tell anyone what exactly that right price is card to card, but I can just tell people that I'm buying here and there.
Yeah. And I'm a business,
I don't do
so I'm always buying.
Dan is just buying and selling what he's buying always. I try everything I buy. Ideally, they'd be things that I think are worth holding and I think will appreciate over time and I want for my collection. Those are things that I want in every purchase I make. I tend to, unless it's like an amazing, like if I get an amazing deal and then I can flip this and make huge money in a really short period because something is greatly undervalued, of course I'll buy that. And I'll put my Dan hat on and, sell, 100 or 200 cards or whatever, in a couple of months, but I'm not, constantly doing that like Dan is all the time because it's his full-time job.
Yeah. I'll buy almost anything that I can make a margin on as long as I get a good enough discount to like today's market price. But when this card was selling for 800 to 1,000, I didn't believe in it at all. Like I wasn't buying it for 500 because I could sell it for 800. I wasn't trying to make that risky of a play. So when I'm buying, I do try to like disproportionately buy things that I feel are too cheap. I've recently been showing a lot of the things that I'm submitting to PSA right now, things that some of it I'm cracking, trying to optimize it, but things that I'm not listing because I can't replace them for what I'd sell them for.
Yeah, and I'm actually in a weird position right now because there are some items, some in Pokemon and also in other hobbies that I really want to purchase that I actually think do have really good potential, but I'm actually short on money, on cash, because I'm running somewhat low on things that I want to sell in this environment. So I'm in an interesting position where I've never been in a position where I didn't have the money to buy deals that I thought were really good. So this is the first time, and these are not deals that are way under market or anything. They're just cards that I think are very undervalued and have really good potential. And I'm debating with myself whether or not I should buy each one, because the more that I buy them, the more then I feel pressure to sell things in Pokemon that I might not think are quite as good of a value, but are still really good value that I don't really feel like selling. And I certainly won't sell them under market, or, I don't panic. So I don't ever put myself in a position where I like have to sell a number of things and I'll take whatever someone offers me. So, but I'm definitely not there, but I'm getting as close to that as I've been in a while. And so I'm trying to decide, do I want to actually lower some prices on some stuff and actually really move it fairly aggressively to put it in these other things? Or do I just want to kind of, be happy with where I'm at a little bit more is the interesting position I find that I'm in. And I'm leaning towards that one, that I just really like where my collection is at and don't need to push it. And hopefully I'll have time to get these other things. But when you're dealing with like really low serialized stuff and it's like, it's gone. Like if someone buys it all up, it's gone forever. It's not stuff that you can just always pick up again and again and again. So it creates a different challenge that I'm engaging with really for the first time, because I didn't collect a lot of that stuff before this period.
Yeah.
So we don't have anyone right now. If anyone wants to jump in next in line, you are free to. We'll take some questions in the chat, because I know people are writing lots of questions for us in the chat, and we're happy to answer those too. But
chat's pretty active.
If someone does want to come on with us, we highly encourage that. If there are any questions you particularly want to take, Dan, go for it. I'm gonna go back up to the top. I think people have already been asking a bunch here.
Dark Lava Lizard asked what you thought about Rusty's 50K sale.
So he mentioned what I thought about it in his video because Rusty and I talked about it.
I haven't watched it yet. But you
he
told me.
He didn't go into detail about what I thought. He just said what he and I thought it was worth. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that most people who are quite engaged in that market, there's a range. So there are some people who I talk to, I'm not going to name names. There's some people I talk to, every time I talk to them, they think these things are worth quite a bit more than I think they're worth. And so he often says things are worth like 50% more to 100% more than what I think it's worth, which just goes to show that those markets are, it's like whatever people will pay for them, because they're, just as Rusty says in his video, there's very few of these cards. Of that card, there's probably 12 of those in the world ever printed, maybe a few extra copies. There might even be 6, possibly, depending on if the two finalists, if the finalists each got 1 card or 2 cards each or whatever, probably 12 in the world. And there's just, I think there's only like 2 graded maybe. And I've never had an opportunity to buy that specific finalist. So it's one of those cards that just like hasn't come up. And so people are willing to pay a lot for it. I would have priced that card. I think a solid offer would have been like 15,000 in my opinion. Would have been like a strong offer. I would not sell, if I own that card, I would not sell it for 15,000 though.
But you would have for 50.
For 50, absolutely.
Yeah.
Which is what I told Rusty. There's just a lot of great cards. I think these World's promos are undervalued, but the reality of where that card is in most people's minds, those cards are way undervalued and have been historically. People don't get them. They don't understand that they're holding a card that is actually rarer in terms of, they don't get that is actually the particularly when you get the finalist and champion stamp, that is the trophy. The champion stamp is actually the number.
Now that 50K though has happened, you can't say they're undervalued as much, right?
I think 50K for that card makes a ton of sense based on the prices of other things, but it does make some. Like when we compare that, when we compare that to the Illustrator, I think that makes plenty of sense. When we compare it to when we compare it to like the original 1997, 1998 Pikachu trophies, I think those are still too cheap as well, at like 100-ish K each. But it's tough with those. It's tough with those. And a lot of it is subjective in terms of, do you like the art? Do you not? Does it bother you that it's just a stamped variation, that you could get the art in a cheaper stamp? Like these are the things that have always happened. But in terms of like the history and what that card itself actually means, that is clearly a trophy card given out to like particularly the finalist and the champion, given out to the winner or first and second place of the events. So,
And it was an 05 tidal wave.
it was 05.
Okay, just for anyone who didn't see the
Oh,
video,
right.
05 tidal wave champion or
Oh,
finalist.
there's no champ. Yeah, so champion started in 2013. Yeah. Yeah. Or 2000, sorry. There's actually, I said that, but there's actually, right, there's the 2011. There's the Tropical Beach ones, which is interesting because you'd think that they would have started with the Champions Festival, but yeah, I misspoke. Sorry, I don't talk about these that much anymore. I used to talk about these all the time, and now I've been kind of out on them. But yeah, so the first year would have been, gosh, I think it's 2012. I have to look it up.
Yeah, P. Bali in chat says 2012 is when Champion Stamp started.
Yeah, which is that's the one that I bought off of PWCC, which to me is actually a better card than that 2005 finalist to me. But it's definitely debatable, and people have historically paid more for those the earliest ones.
I mean, finalist, I know there's no higher card, but you don't even know that guy won or that person won.
Yeah. Yeah. I think all those cards are great. I think that's a really high sale at this point in the market, particularly in this sort of like down market. $50,000 is a lot. But I would have sold that. If someone offered me $35,000, I probably would have sold it, but I wouldn't have sold it for any less if I owned it. Rusty bought the whole thing at $25,000. I did bid on that auction and I did think about picking it up, but I just was like, there were so many good things at that moment and it was just a lot of money. If I had a bunch more money, I would have maybe been a little bit more aggressive, although who knows how much Rusty, would have bid on it. But 25,000 for the whole group seemed like full price to me. If not even a little bit above full price at the current moment. But these things are just so hard to judge. With these, I think best practice is, if you're holding these, is try to find the right buyer. Be patient. People who throw these up on auction sometimes, like these are just the types of cards that just have so little. There just aren't that many people who are aware of them yet. And even if they're aware of them, they're not like legitimized. Like when you see someone pay 50,000 or you see these types of things, it really legitimizes them in a way that they haven't been before, I think, in some people's minds. And so, yeah, what do you think on it, Dan?
Yeah, I think that's a lot. If I were trying to spend $50,000, I would in no way go towards like that card. We've had conversations on the stamp cards. I like them, but the concept of a stamp adding that much where there's so many variants, lesser stamps, a no stamped variety that's a fraction of the price, all that being on just a stamp, I'm not a huge fan of. I like the full art Pikachus a lot because they're an entirely different card, entirely unique to. They are shared across the years, but
yeah, I think the sort of like the whole stamp and art thing is interesting in this hobby. I mean, people pay for like a 1 of 1 stamp. People pay $1 million, right? Versus a 1 of 10 stamp or a 1 of 99. And maybe
I'm not crazy about that either. Like,
yeah, but it's just interesting how much people are willing to pay for the rarity or what that stamp signifies, because that stamp signifies that this was the card given to the winner of the entire event from that year, which to me is very significant. That is very significant. It's why I like player one.
That card, though, we don't know it was the winner. It was the winner or the loser.
This one for the finalists. I was saying,
yeah.
Yeah. Well, we know the second place trophy is for the loser. Like people are paying 80,000 for or whatever, but yeah. it's or even worse, but it's just people can pay whatever they want for these, right? So and I'm very on that side of like you need to think about this stuff for yourself and then figure out what your chase things are. I think that there's a lot of people who probably, for good reason, look to more seasoned collectors who spend more money to tell them what the most valuable cards in the hobby should be. And I think that, you know, as time goes on, it'll be a more robust discussion with a lot more shared opinions, and people will, you know, you put your money where your mouth is at the end of the day. Like this person put their money where their mouth was. Obviously, so far in this hobby, the only people willing to put up over $500,000 were only willing to do that for a Pikachu Illustrator at this point in the hobby, right? So there aren't enough people who have that much money who desperately want the original Pikachu trophies for that card to be higher. And even though if I had a lot more money and maybe 10 other people I know had a lot more money, those cards would all be over $500,000 because we'd all be bidding each other up to get them, you know, but we don't have, you know, we're not in that position. So that it is sort of what it is at the moment.
Can you see people in the queue?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's take the next person in the queue. So the next person is going to be Jonathan.
Hi,
Hey,
how you guys doing?
Hey,
Good,
how's it
man.
going?
Good. So I was just I'm kind of a lurker to the community, really. So I'm a little bit like kind of new, I would say. But I've been collecting since 2019, and I started when I was a kid. Obviously, I think everybody did, but you know, I watched like the cartoon, you know, and I just my take on this is like totally different than probably a lot of people that are, you know, as I'm buying. My whole thing is I'm like trying to buy like stuff that makes me happy. So I mean, I guess I think you've talked about that a lot. Like buy what makes you happy, like a card you like. Like I really like secret rares, like from like Diamond and Pearl, and like the Platinum era. Like I really like those cards. So that's kind of what I specialize in, I guess. So.
Awesome. Have you been picking some up like recently? Or are you still trying to buy
Yeah,
them?
yeah. So yeah, I mean, now is like a pretty good time because like the prices have kind of come down on a lot of the, especially the platinum cards, like a lot of those, like the secret rares from those. But yeah, I've been so I have like let's see. So I also have like a small store that I kind of like locally that I kind of like deal with like nostalgic collectibles and stuff, and Pokemon's part of that. So I sell, you know, some Pokemon as well. And I kind of try to buy like collections. So I try to get like the best deals, you know, on my collection. Yeah.
Are you working to like build out binder sets or get graded sets, or do you do some of both, or how do you like do you have like end goals in mind, or you just sort of like I love buying and I'm just gonna pick them up anyway?
Yeah, I'm just like I'm kind of like, see, I like started with like, you know, base set, and then I was like I completed base set, and I was like, all right, and then I did, you know, jungle, and I did fossil, and I completed all the, you know, so I have like the full hollow set. I don't really care, like the commons and uncommons I can kind of do without, you know, but yeah, I have the hollows from all the sets, and then I was like, I kind of at a point I was like, you know, like when I got to like the e-reader series, you know, because like a lot of those cards are just like ridiculous. So I was just like, you know, I'm just gonna collect what I like, you know. So I just like picked out like, you know, certain cards from like, especially like I like the secret rares because a lot of those are like, yeah, I think that they're gonna be like more desirable in the future just because they're like more like one of one, you know, and they're harder to pull. They're like 2 or 3 out of like a box, so or out of like I think it's 2 or 3 boxes to get one pull. Yeah, so but yeah, those are, and it's not like I'm not like collecting for it to be worth money. I'm collecting it because I like it. But you know, if it's worth money, that's cool too. You know, but yeah.
Do you enjoy like the market talk and the stuff that do you find that it like, do you enjoy it because it like helps you make better purchases, or just kind of keeps you engaged and kind of more knowledgeable, or introduces you to stuff, or sort of where do you come from with that?
So like the market talk stuff, I just enjoy like the discussion. Like I feel like the discussion is really interesting. Like, cause like, I feel like a lot of like collector like markets, like they kind of like try to like not like don't want to give everybody the deals. You know what I mean? They don't want to be like, here's where the deal is. Like, you know what I mean? Like I feel like a lot of they're like, I want the deal for my, you know what I mean? Like they want to get all the, you know, the rare stuff for themselves. You know, they don't want to talk about it. You know, so I think it's cool to like have it, you know, to talk about it.
Yeah.
And not only that, to like, trying to think, just to, I feel like having your opinion out there, you know, talking about like cards it's just cool to have that, you know, it's interesting to me. So
I think I know I can speak for myself, but I bet Dan, you know, Dan is definitely more transparent than me, a lot more transparent about like exactly what he's doing. To be fair, it's because he can be, because he's constantly just flipping and selling and moving on. Whereas the stuff I'm doing is like 2-year projects where I'm buying certain things out, I'm moving to certain things, and I'm also buying like very like rare items that you know, it's a multiple thing of I don't want to do 6 months of research and then tell like 7 people about the 6 months of research that led me to like these 25 items or this specific part of the hobby. And then
competition makes it more fun. I mean, come on.
Well, I mean, and at this point, like, because it's 2022 now, you know, like the hype has died, you know, so like there's really like hardly any competition, you know, like at this point, in my opinion. I mean, maybe like the super rare, you know, like the one of one, you know, like trophy cards. I know there's like huge competition for that, but other stuff, you know, like I feel like it's kind of just fair game, you know.
So I think that when you talk about like Pokemon set cards,
yeah,
I mostly agree at this point. I feel like there's a lot of it, even when we're talking about middle generation and vintage, where there's going to be less, particularly middle generation and some of your like more premium vintage. And that's part of why, for myself, I feel most comfortable using examples and talking about things where I know that like me talking about it is not really going to affect the market. People already know about it, like these types of things. I think in Pokemon, it's pretty optimized. But in other hobbies that I collect or are engaged in and other people engage in here, it's a lot less optimized, and prices can actually fluctuate, and demand, like a little bit of demand, like 50 people joining can like quadruple 10x prices.
Right. Yeah.
Prices if it's you know, when we're talking about like serialized 101s and things that so it's a different sort of market. I do definitely though agree when we're talking about like raw, like, you know, LP near mint
set cards
in Pokemon, 100% agree. Like anyone who's concerned about talking about that in here or Discord or anywhere, I don't think that that's gonna, you know, shift the market in any way.
Yeah, I mean, I've collected graded stuff too. I mean, I have like graded stuff, but I don't know, something about having it raw, you know, it's just like, I don't know, it's more tangible, you know, because like, I mean, I get it. I think it's cool to like preserve it, you know, in like a case and everything, and it looks nice. But it's like, you know, I mean, I you know, I think it's cool, but I've been there and done that, you know. But
yeah,
I'm kind of like more like, I don't know. I like the idea of preserving it, but I also want to, you know, play it with, you know, touch with my hands, you know, and see the hollow, you know. It's like the light hits different with the hollow when it's in plastic, you know what I mean? So
yeah, for me, I deal with that by like my mintest stuff. Like when I'm buying graded cards, I'm going for the chase or the rarity or the difficulty of like finding a copy in the world that's so rare, that's so great condition. With my binder cards, I don't like, because for me it's stressful to be holding like a mint $1,000 card that if it's a 10, it's worth 10,000, and if it's an 8, it's worth 500, and I'm holding it in my hand and like playing with it and looking at it and bringing it in and out of my binders. Like it's just not fun for me personally.
Right. Yeah.
Like I know some people who have binders like that, and I see them have trophy cards in their binders, like cards worth $30,000 in binders, and it's like that just would stress me out so much.
Stressful.
It wouldn't even be fun. Like we're just at the point of the hobby where realistically for me, that's just not fun. But what is fun is having like my PSA 6, you know, they're not ungraded, LP
Right.
stuff where I can bring it in and out and I'm not lowering the grade. And I, so I'm with you there 100%. And I think that's part of the joy of buying, like, just as you said, like large collections that you look for kind of undervalued with a lot of really solid looking, not damaged cards. I'm not a big fan
of
no,
I don't do damaged cards. Yeah, I'm not. It's got to be, light play. I mean, moderate play to light play. Like, I kind of like the medium ground right there. Like the between like medium play and light play. It depends on what it is. Like, if it's something that's super common, then I want it mint. You know what I mean? But if it's something that's that's a little bit harder to find, I'll take it moderate play. If I have to have it.
Like a first edition like hollow. Or a gold star with like a bad dent in the back, but it looks real nice in the front. I get really excited because I'm like, well, maybe I can get this for like $200, throw it in my binder, and it looks great, and I'm getting an absolute deal, and I can fill that like very expensive hole in my binder or something like that. What about?
As long as the front is displayable and the hollow is decent, and it's not all creased, like it's like I see so many cards that are just creased and just so much whitening, and like as long as the front is displayable, I'm cool with it, being a little bit moderate play,
Yeah.
Like I've gotten into like I did the whole CGC, the 8.5 thing for a while. So I bought like I have a couple more in my little shop, but this is one of the ones, the 8.5 first edition.
Nice.
Yeah.
Classic art.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just one little,
Man. Anything else before we let you go for tonight? Anything else you feel like mentioning?
I appreciate you guys and let me talk, and I appreciate what you guys do and the show you guys have here. So yeah, nice talking to you guys.
It was a
Thanks
pleasure.
for hopping on.
Yeah.
Have a nice
No
night.
problem, guys. Talk to you guys later. Bye.
Take care. Anything that you wanted to add to any of that, Dan, before we bring up our next guest is a just terrible, awful human being. So we can let you talk for a little bit before we bring him on.
I'm going back to binders a lot myself. Like, I've been rating my binders the past couple weeks for this PSA $18 submission thing, and just seeing a lot of those like mid eras that so much of what I do is like modern slanted. So much of the news is modern slanted. So much of my inventory is like very modern or very vintage. So seeing that in between stuff, getting those binders out, it's reinvigorating. But yeah, I'm good for the next guest, but I love binders.
Yeah, I probably, I'm working on about 3 to 4, and I just started 2 new binders, and I'm, having a lot of fun with it. It's a way of, I like buying collections where I'm trying to work on both. I'm trying to pick out some of those mint cards, but then I can also fill out binders with other parts of the collection. And then some of the stuff I like just has no place anywhere. And then I just try to resell it, or I put it, a lot of it I'm too lazy to resell, or really a better word is just, it's not a priority with what I have going on. So I put it, aside, and maybe Nick buys it from me, or although now I hear Nick, I'm not sure if you're listening. I hear you're maybe slowing down. You need to sell more before you buy more. I think I heard him mentioned with you the other day.
He was on vacation too.
Yeah.
Last week. So yeah, he grinding that 99-cent free shipping listing game. I'm not all about it.
Yeah. Nick and I are going to make a video about this and talk more about it, but we're actually, for all the people in like the Boston area, or like Northeast, we're going to be trying to like vend once a month at this. It probably won't be every month, but it will be probably next month. We're going to be doing, it's called the Flippin' Card Show. And it's like this monthly card vending show in Woburn, Mass. So if people are around there, we would love to see you guys come out. I'll make more of a formal announcement and try to connect with people. But yeah, our goal is to start to try to make more connections in the community, because Nick and I, we'd like to host our own event maybe someday, and, do more Northeast stuff for sort of the Northeast collectors. I'm sure we have some Northeast people listening and here. So look out for that. All right. Let's bring up this fella.
There he is.
Oh,
So-
hello, gentlemen. How are you? Can you hear me? All good?
How you doing?
Good. I don't want to take up a lot of time because I want other people to, hop on. But I have a hypothetical question for you guys.
Yeah.
Again, chat, this is completely hypothetical. This is not happening. This is for a bit, just enjoy it and think about it. Okay, so Pokemon puts out an announcement and says, Sword and Shield is wrapping up. We're going to move on to Scarlet and Violet. We're going to drop a special set for just to get rid of all the promos and catch everybody up and just kind of put a nice bow on the entire Sword and Shield block. In that announcement, they also say that they found 30 Skyridge boxes in a warehouse and that they are going to crack the packs and randomly insert those items, let's say the hollows, into the packs of this specialty set.
Okay.
Are you a buyer? Are you holding it? Are you going to give it a pass? And what does it do to the overall market of Skyridge cards?
I saw that with Magic with Legends, right?
No, this is a completely unique idea. I did not steal this from anywhere. What are you talking about?
Very nice original idea, very unique. I like it. It's cool. It's a cool idea. I don't know. I guess it can't hurt Skyridge, right? I mean, the amount of product people might hear, whether it's 30 boxes or 30 cases, a little bit of fear comes out of that. What happens if they find base first edition next? What happens if they find a pallet of it next? What's it going to do to price it? Even if it was 30 cases, even if it was a pallet, it's not going to have like a hugely detrimental effect, 50% drop in all graded Skyridge card prices or anything like that. If anything, I think it would be a positive towards a set like that. Just throwing it back, getting it in the hands of the modern people, a more direct diversion to the past. I guess that's my initial thoughts on it.
Okay. All right. So are you picking it up? Are you passing? Are you going to hold it? What's your play?
What price? What price am I getting?
Yeah, it's
Well,
all about.
Let's say it's just standard, box price. Like
I'd buy up my. I mean, I get distribution.
like a celebration set, of anything typical. Let's say
I wouldn't look to dump it for low margins. I would pick it up and I would just be patient. I would wait on it. I would wait to see what the pull rates were. Watch someone open 5,000 packs of it and see what the approximate hit rates were. Let the market kind of figure things out and make like a longer term play on it. But I probably wouldn't rip a ton myself. I've got my Skyridge PSA 9 collection complete. But I think it would be a good performing specialty set.
Yeah, I think the to echo basically what Dan said, the publicity would so outweigh the amount of supply that would be added to the market. So the publicity for Skyridge and just Pokemon in general, I think it would bring people into Pokemon in general. Would certainly, in my opinion, way outweigh any small increase in supply we would see from a set like that, in my opinion. And as far as like picking it up, yeah, I think it's also would be it's not just about that. It's just be the first time Pokemon ever did that. So that would make that set also, I think, historic or kind of interesting standout. Also, so I would love to own that or be a part of that. I don't like it. I particularly, this is going to be unpopular with some people. I would rather them just do serialized cards or something like that. And maybe they don't do it in the main Pokemon product, but they do it with Topps or, somewhere that is already experienced at doing these types of things so that it doesn't piss people off and make people unhappy within sort of the people who like the standard sets being a certain way. If they're going to make some big change, I would rather than do something like that than just like put old vintage. It just wouldn't, and honestly, it just wouldn't be that exciting to me. Whereas putting like a whole new serialized type of thing to chase down would be really fun, I think. As long as it wasn't too expensive, and it would probably be too expensive, and then it would just be miserable because it would be way too expensive and annoying, and everyone would be angry at each other. So, probably
in Magic too, I think it makes a little more sense. Like I'm not an expert by any means, and Like Legends has some reserve list playable cards, I believe. So there's probably some excitement getting those in the players' hands. Whereas Skyridge obviously has no playability. I guess probably a majority of people buying Pokemon are collectors. But I worry how many people would open a holo from Skyridge and be like, well, that's not shiny. That's not full art. I mean, people might be underwhelmed with it. Some of the modern collectors that are after the
Oh,
full art, shiny alt art. Like, what is this? I don't want this. I want an alt art Conkeldurr.
oh, throwing Conkeldurr under the bus.
Yeah.
I just thought it was a funny idea. I thought I'd get you guys' takes on it. That's
Yeah.
it. That's all I got. Just
Well, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, I am amazed. I mean, Pokemon is just so popular. Like it just does so well despite not doing any of these things in any of these other card games. And when we talk about sports too, like sports literally got out of the junk wax era by moving to serialized cards. That was like how we're going to control the population and raise the prices on our boxes and create a hobby around that. It's amazing as so far. We'll see, and that's the whole debate. Are we in a junk wax era now to some degree in Pokemon, or what's going to happen with the second half of Sword and Shield and all that type of thing? Only time will tell, in my opinion. We'll be able to look back and see. But it's amazing how successful Pokemon has done, and the only reason and the only answer for it is just it's extremely popular, and people love this stuff. And not only do they love to rip it, but they love to collect it, which is amazing. Because the fact that singles are selling for as much as they are in these modern sets is, to me, even more amazing than the booster box prices going up, or because there are just a lot of them, and it just shows the great demand. When we're talking about, in top Star Wars, I can buy 101s of key characters for $300 or something, or $200. The only card in the world in a hobby like Pokemon, which is just so much more popular, they can print 200,000 of a card, or 100,000 or 150,000 of a card, and it can be selling for double that. Is just shows the strength of the IP and the brand and of the cards themselves. So,
okay. I got one more last question for Dan. We cracking MetaZoo this weekend? What's the deal?
I'm opening a
UFO.
lot of Mizzou.
Here comes UFO.
we're gonna open some of the Discord, right? You're gonna be we're gonna put you on camera.
I'm stressed about this week because I have pallets of UFO landing. I have 1 week left to do $18 submissions for PSA.
Oh,
And I have my presentation for Sunday to do. So this week is stressful. And right now I'm procrastinating. I intended to be like cracking slabs and be making submissions, and now I'm chatting on YouTube.
all right. That's all I got. I'll let somebody else come on and talk.
Thanks for stopping in.
Of course. Appreciate you guys. I'll be in the chat. All right. Bye, guys.
Bye. Thanks,
Have a good
Mason.
night.
All right, so we got two people in line, and we'll get to you guys in just one sec. So yeah, so just as a reminder, I will post it one more time. If you guys want to be in the conversation, you can click that link and get in line, and we're gonna try to get to everyone. And just really appreciate all you guys. So up next we got Pokemon Gym Hero. How we doing tonight?
What's up, man? How's it
How's
going?
it going?
What's up? Can y'all hear me? Everything's good?
Yep.
Ah, cool. All right. I just want to make sure everything's good. I wasn't here right in the beginning, so I didn't see like how many people were on before me. Couple?
3.
So I didn't see
Four.
I didn't see what was talked about, but did y'all just curious, have y'all talked about about how PSA is doing the vault with Golden, and like there's the whole like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. How do y'all feel about that? How basically you can send your cards in now, raw, graded, and then they can go straight to Delaware, I guess, where they're holding the cards now. And supposedly it's no charge right now. And I guess there's no fees for that. And there's no, I guess, sales tax and stuff like that as well. So, I mean, I know that obviously PSA is, I guess, the most reputable. I think people would agree with the grading. So they seen, PWCC has a vault, eBay has a vault, like all these people are having vaults, so I feel like they're just, essentially like, well, we do majority of the grading, why not? Like, why didn't we make that decision probably sooner? But what do y'all think about that?
On the positive sides, I think competition is good for the consumer. So
For sure.
the fact that PWCC, eBay, and Golden are going to be competing for our business, that's going to drive prices down generally. They're going to want to get us into their vault with promotions. I mean, PWCC had them currently. eBay is going to be rolling them out, I'm sure. But there is like some cons there potentially. There's always the question of one company owning the grading company, owning the selling platform. The things that have gone on with Heritage and WADA and video games, they're going to be going on with PSA and Golden. And how much
are you worried about like conflict of interest, kind of like, because they're all like in the same hand, similar, like they're all involved together?
there's definitely shady things that have gone on, will continue to go on.
Sure.
I don't play in the super high ends that are largely affected by it. I don't think. It's a weird thing to say, but like in a way, some of it almost maybe benefits the broader hobby. 2020 happened. A lot of people didn't like it. The prices went so nuts. At the end of the day, the dust settles. I think more interest got spread. There's some amount of people who came in, made some money, lost some money, got out. But like overall, we have more people in the hobby today than we did in 2019. So even though
100%.
some negatives might have happened, generally, I think we're in a better, healthier place as a hobby. So if some of that type of shady, negative stuff goes on, I don't know what can be done about it. If anything illegal goes on, hopefully the proper agencies will step in and tackle those things. Those are way above my pay grade. The cards and the items that they're being done with, I think, are way above my pay grade, generally speaking, too. So I'm looking more at the pro side of it, more competition. I'm looking forward. I use the PWCC vault. I'm looking forward to using the eBay vault. I haven't yet. I'll also give this Golden PSA one a try as well. So
I've never used it. I've never used it. I didn't mean to cut you. I've never used the vault ever. I don't know. Like, I don't really see the, I don't know, advantage for me, I guess. But I don't know. I think it's interesting that people use vaults. I mean, I guess like overseas people, and I guess if you're trying to put it in there and then make a quick flip, or if you predict it going up, maybe, I don't know. I'm just not sure like what the true benefit of it for me would be.
what do you think, Jake?
Yeah, what do you got to say?
I don't really have anything to add.
Yeah. Dude, okay, so what do you like?
Yeah.
Why do you use the vault? Just curious, like, why do you use the vault?
Yeah, March of 2021, I believe it was, the free vault promotion that PWCC had. I sent like 800 cards.
Okay.
So 2020 happened. I didn't have a YouTube channel at the time, but I had an Instagram, and the amount of cards that I was posting on my Instagram and just thinking, they were all in my house at that point, mostly. Some were in safe deposit boxes, but way too much was in my house was part of it. Uncomfortable with the amount of value I had in one place, all my eggs in one basket to some extent, so to say. So some of it was literally just like spreading inventory around to de-risk in that fashion. If anything were to happen, that coupled with insurance. But another part of it is like, by no means is selling through the vault passive. By no means is Troll and Toad Evo a passive endeavor, but it's more passive. I can do more if I have other people help me. As I grow as a business, I'm only one person. I never intend to directly hire employees to expand, but utilizing services of that nature, I sacrifice some margin, but I save time. And when you're trying to scale as one human being, in a way, it's like hiring employees without all the paperwork and without all the complexity of that. So it's attractive to my long-term plan as a business to be able to sell semi-passively. And I think it's great for people who fear selling and people who selling is foreign to them. It's just like a one-click way to move a lot of stuff. those are the pros again. The cons being I have hundreds of personal collection or deep inventory cards I don't plan to sell anytime soon in the PWCC vault. I haven't seen them since March of 2021, except for digitally. But my best cards that I have home, they're in a safe deposit box at a bank too. So it's like I don't my favorite cards I don't see, which is I've talked about the whole bittersweet nature of that and all that, but that's why I use the vault. Part insurance, part like business.
Fair.
Yeah, just
do you use the vault too, Jake? Or no?
I never did. I was very
okay.
close to picking up that for to doing the PWCC because I was selling and I was thinking about selling a lot more then. And so when they gave I remember talking to John. John wrote me and he's like, they're doing this free promotion. And I was very tempted to just send like a massive amount. And then just every month I would just put, a portion of them basically through that auction as a way to kind of liquidate some stuff that I wanted to get rid of. But I ended up I didn't like not having it with me, didn't like not having the control, the sort of immediacy of having it if I wanted to sell it that day. I get contacted and talk to people on Instagram a lot where I'm selling certain things. I wanted to like have access to the cards. There were just it was a little bit hard for me to do it. But I think to kind of piggyback on Dan's point, like it's an option. You don't have to do it. So I think like some of the negativity is sort of like, why would anyone want to why do you want to own something and then like send it off to some stranger's vault and then never see it? And it's like totally valid if that's your relationship with the cards. For other people, it's a business, and those cards are strictly inventory. And this is just a way to hopefully liquidate them, quicker and more effectively and avoid some fees. And when you're selling a ton in a lot of different places, any little bit can kind of help with that. I also think just these businesses working together and innovating is really good for us and really good for the hobby. So now, are they going to get some things wrong? Sure.
Positive. Yeah, for sure.
I am not one of these people who are like, all these people are out to get us and are trying to like steal money from us. I think that there's a mutual relationship of like us winning, them winning. And I think I also think that the more that they compete and the more different auction houses and different vaults and different platforms come out, if they all join under one company and there's a monopoly, that could be difficult for us or bad for us because then it might force us, they might raise fees and we're forced to sort of, deal with that, or the customer service might be bad, whatever. The more companies, the more, the better. So capitalism.
Yeah. I mean, ever since I've been in the hobby, I guess just for me, my experience, I've never, used a middleman to grade. I've never used the vault, stuff like that. I've always I like you said, I like the hands-on. I like that it's in my control. I don't know. I'm pretty like controlling when it comes to my collection and what I'm doing. So I don't know. Like it made sense. I know when Dan said that he had tons of stuff, and when it came to that point where it was like, yo, $10 a card's probably going to be ending, and you could just call your middleman and be like, yo, here's 10,000 cards. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That makes sense to me because you don't have to fill out the forms. But personally, to me, I filled out multiple PSA subs, and it's not really hard to fill out. Like if you like put the year, like the way I do it at the bottom of the card, obviously there's the year 2003 or 2000, whatever. If you type 2003 Skyridge and then you type the number that it's associated with the Pokemon or whatever it is, it usually pops up instantly, and it's going to have all the languages or whatever it is, like Hollow, H, whatever it is. So I just feel like it's always been pretty easy to fill stuff out like that. So also I was in your live, Dan, and I was just curious. I seen Gary say something about, man, I want those cards back. Did you buy all that stuff from him?
Oh, I mentioned in the live that I bought a complete PSA 9 base first edition set from him for $8,300. I forget the exact year. He was just mentioning.
I was talking about the EXs though, like all that reverse era stuff. You didn't buy none of that from him, did you?
No. He wasn't commenting towards that. He was commenting towards the collection that I mentioned.
Well, because you were going. I was gonna say you were going through it at the time when he said it, so I was like, dang, Gary sold all that to you.
He was commenting. I forget how it even came up, but I mentioned that I bought a complete PSA 9 base first edition set. I think someone asked me if I ever cross graded from PSA to BGS. And the Charizard and the Blastoise that came in that collection from him, I crossed the Charizard to a BGS 9.5.
Wow.
Well, thank you for coming on.
Oh my, okay, yeah.
Any
You got
last
more people, no worries.
I do want to bring on the next person and
You're good.
make sure everyone has time.
No, you're good. I mean, I had some more questions, but it's all good. I know y'all got to get through people. You're good.
Go for asking one more. We're happy to do it, and then we'll bring on.
Just a quick one. So
we do more of these, so you could sort of like come out,
all good
going on.
You talked about like when Dan was talking about with sports and how there's like maybe I don't know if he really said it, but like with high end stuff, right? In my opinion, just from like in sports in general, right? If you follow sports with the high end stuff, there could be a lot of market manipulation. There could be a lot of I guess conflict of interest. There could be a lot of, I don't want to say shilling, but there could be a lot of shilling, 100%. Like, how do you feel, for instance, for the Pokemon high end? Like, do you feel like there's definitely something going on with that? Because like, if you look back, like even, I don't even consider this like something like bad or whatever, but Golden auctions, I don't know if you paid attention, Jake, they auctioned off the logo triple LeBron James, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And they had it on Times Square. They had it on Instagram. They had it in the papers. They had it on news. They had all this stuff.
Saying
it's like, yo, this is the best modern day card. It's worth, he's like, I'm guessing this is worth this many million. And it went like well under. I mean, I think it sold for maybe 2 million. And I think he projected probably like 7 or 8 maybe.
Yeah.
And I mean, I just, and even on eBay back in the day, like not back in the day, but like 2018, 19, like even with some of these, like, Zion 1/1 logos from National Treasures and stuff like that. Like there's a lot of stuff I feel like that goes on behind the scene that a lot of people don't, take in consideration, especially, with high end. I feel like they kind of blow it off, but then it could also probably trickle down into even the lower stuff. Like maybe level X's that are super low pop, like Glaceon, in a PSA 10 and stuff like that. I don't know. What do you think?
I think
relationship. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dan.
Oh, I think the Logo Man was interesting. In a way, it kind of showed that people didn't fully fall for the marketing. I mean, they pumped the
hell out of it.
Yeah, they couldn't have pumped it much harder. And when an auction company that's selling an item that makes a commission based on final sale price, when they say what it should go for, like that just feels so wrong. If it's something that there's 100 of them and they have 50 that have sold in the past 20 years and they have clear trends and they say a range, but when you sell a one-of-one unique item like that and you say this should go for 6 million, 7 million, that whole thing was absurd. So in many ways, when the card only went for a third of that or a quarter of that, whatever it was, it's like, okay, the market didn't buy into it. They didn't fall for it, whatever it may be. So I saw that as kind of like a positive. At the end of the day, the super high end can be worth whatever the two highest people, one increment above the second highest person, right? Whatever they're willing to pay for it. So I don't know. It's like I kind of said earlier, way above my pay grade. You mentioned how it might be able to trickle down into the lower things. It probably does to some extent, but I don't know. I
mean, you own high end stuff, so I'm just curious. Or you did own. I don't know how much more of that stuff you do own, but you do own some pretty high end stuff. So I'm just curious because I mean, bro, at the end of the day, right? Like there's tons of high end Pokemon cards, and like look during the boom, like when stuff was auctioning, like some stuff was like going for insane, and then you said like there's some trophy Pikas that drop significantly. I'm pretty sure, right, from the highs. I mean, so like it's just I don't know. It's just like people get hurt from like a lot of that stuff. I mean, obviously it's not, your fault or anybody else's fault, but I'm just saying like there's something within the inside of what's going on that happens. I feel like I don't know.
Well, it's a combination of things.
A lot of things. Yeah, for sure.
So, I mean, the first thing I have to say, just to say it blatantly, like Ken Golden should not be talking about items in his auction and what prices they should go to.
He does it about everything though.
and if he keeps doing it, people like me, who I do not think are particularly radical, are going to keep having the same feeling every time he does it. And and I'm sure he knows this, so he's willing to do it, is that you are literally talking up an item that you make more money the higher it sells.
Yep.
And it's different. Like him promoting it and putting it in Times Square doesn't bother me. Him saying this should go for 10 million or 7 million or whatever, like I don't like it. It's annoying to me. It makes me cringe a little bit. Obviously I can I don't know if see through it is the right word, but it's like, I definitely do not care about what Ken Golden. I'm interested in Ken Golden's opinion because he's extremely knowledgeable, but him talking about a thing that he's auctioning off and his company is going to make money off of, it's just dude, particularly if he's just putting out a random number. Now, to Dan's point, what you can do is you can do an analysis and you can say, I think this card, he shouldn't be doing any of this, by the way. But what someone like Dan or I could do, which I think would be helpful to people, is we could do an analysis where we say, we think that this card should be worth $1 million because these are the 3 or 4 closest cards that we think have ever sold. And we think that this item is a little bit more historic or a little bit less historic. This is why, obviously it's our opinion. So we think it should be 1 to 3 million, and I'm making them numbers here, but that's analysis. If someone just comes out and says, yeah, 7 million, 3 million, and they might have great analysis going on inside, but they don't share it. They just put out a number that seems random.
Right.
I felt there was a lot of nonsense around the Pikachu illustrators and people throwing out numbers like that. That's the one that felt the most similar to me, particularly when the last one, when we had one sold for 70,000, a few years ago, and then people were all of a sudden it's a $900,000, $750,000 card. That felt very similar of why exactly. Now, and they might have had really good reasons that they couldn't talk about. So, for example, maybe they were hearing private offers or they were getting private offers behind the scenes. So they knew that there were going to be people who would bid that much. And there were some, it's not all BS, but it can very easily be BS. And particularly for people listening and watching, if someone's just telling you something without explaining their logic or their reasoning, take that for what it is, which is not that much. And then if they have a dual relationship or they make money if it goes higher or they own the card themselves, you also have to take that into account. And now the shill bidding issue, of course, massive issue. Go back on my channel. I have multiple videos on shill bidding and different types of shill bidding, and tons of people do shill bidding. I'm sure there are people in this chat. There are people everywhere do shill, like little bits of shill bidding, then extreme shill bidding. You can bid on your own cards, but you can also bid on other people's cards, but cards that you own to try to get them higher. And then if you win them, you'll just pay for them. Yeah. But if you don't, you're kind of happy because you push the price higher on the card that you own because you want to keep it up. People do that type of stuff all the time.
100%.
It is. So that's the market that you're engaged in. But that doesn't mean that it's all rampant and nobody cares about this stuff and nobody wants it. You just have to factor that in and you have to be knowledgeable. So, for example, when I am buying a 1 of 1 or a 1 of 5 or a 1 of 10, I am doing years of I'm looking back years to see what similar cards have sold for in a variety of different times and then compare them to other items. So I'm not basing it off of 1 or 2 comps. I'm basing it off of 30 different sales or 40 different sales to try to get a sense of where I think it should be. Very unlikely that 30 to 40 sales were shill bid, right? Or much more unlikely than 1 or 2. Sure. So the more data points you're using to inform your decision, the more you're going to avoid that sort of shill bidding stuff and that new comp stuff. Now, that doesn't mean that new comp stuff isn't super effective, right? Because one item sells at a much higher price and then the next 30 sales all sell at that price. And now that's the new price. And I'm going to view that as the new price, right? And maybe it was started off of, a little bit of a shill or this or that or whatever, but it worked, and now the price is the price because all of us agree and are willing to pay and have the money to pay at this new price. So it's the Wild West. So you just have to be sort of aware as you're engaging in that. The vast majority of people here are really kind, good people who want to help people out and are not looking to scam there's just the very small.
Oh no, for sure. I definitely think the smaller, the smaller amount of the community. I think there's a small amount or maybe even a decent amount that definitely don't engage in none of this or none of that. But what I'm talking about is the very, 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 very small amount that you get to when you get to the high end, because obviously the high end market is so small. Maybe less than 1% can buy high end cards. So when you got that small of a, I feel like that can be controlled. I feel like that can be manipulated.
Absolutely.
So, I don't know.
Thank you, man. Good to see you tonight.
Oh, yes, sir. All right, man.
You,
Take care.
man.
We'll talk again soon, man. Take good
Yes,
care.
sir.
All right.
All right, man.
Thank you. All right. Sorry about that. I just want to make sure because Pikachu has been waiting. We appreciate you for waiting. I'm going to bring you on in a second. If anyone else wants to get in line, go for it, and we'll bring you on. We'll bring you on after. All right. So here's our friend Pikachu. What's happening?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Good, man.
Watch out, you're surrounded by Nigel True.
Dude, I know. This was like a 2-minute throw together because my office is a mess. So I was just like, I'll just have them look at me and call it a day. So, yeah, I joined a bit late, but I wanted to ask because I saw the title of the video and thought I'd hop in. Have you guys talked about like what you're buying and or selling so far?
Dan talks about it all the time on his channel.
Wait, what's his channel again? No, I'm just kidding.
I'm a little bit more pick and choose here and there what I divulge and what I share. I certainly give clues.
You're not bringing out the spreadsheets for everybody to look at your cost bases and all that.
I can't believe Dan does that. Yeah,
It's my favorite. I'm definitely a Dan shill when it comes to that.
it's great.
Transparency all day.
That's great.
I don't show everything, but I show a lot.
That is true. You don't show. Yeah, there are things you're not showing.
I can't say that I've seen anybody share more than you at this point. There's a lot of channels I watch, and I barely see spreadsheets. So when you come up and you're like, "Here's what I spent," on this, it's so awesome, man. I love it. I guess I just wanted to hop on and ask, if there's anything specific that you're really like looking at buying, and it could be outside of Pokemon. I know myself, I've been buying a little bit less Pokemon items and more other TCG stuff, just because I guess with the entire, let's say, collectibles market down, or the doom and gloom and all that, I've just been looking for things that are outside of Pokemon, mainly because people are now buying a lot more, I think, because they feel like they're getting deals because, obviously everything has dropped X percentage, so far. So I was just curious, have you guys bought anything outside of the Pokemon TCG specifically?
MetaZoo UFO.
Well, I should have just asterisk that. Let's start with you, Jake.
Yeah, mostly outside. So okay. I would say I'm buying 5 to 10% Pokemon, mostly other things, and it's been that way for the last 4 or 5 months. I bought a lot of Pokemon in December, January is when I was buying a decent amount. I was buying Pokemon, and then I've switched back to some other TCG, CCG stuff for the last few months. But I'm still engaged in picking up Pokemon here or there.
Right. I jumped into some recent stuff, a little bit of the Pokemon stuff that's been fun. So I've been buying some Junior or JR Stamp Rally as usual. That's kind of a consistent for me, and catching some good steals here and there. There is one promo that I've been putting offers out, but I haven't snagged it yet. And I'm hoping to. Have you guys seen the Domino's promo Snorlax?
Yeah,
so I've recently discovered that card like 4 months, or not 4 months ago, like a month ago or something. And I was like, I have to have this. Like, could you pick a better Pokemon with this? So with Pokemon, I've been trying to find just kind of cool promos like that I haven't been familiar with before. So that's been something that I think with everybody kind of trying to buy up, a lot of base and EX and all that, just kind of a discount. I'm trying to find almost even more of a niche that people aren't really paying attention to. Because I feel like, especially with what I would consider a big buying market right now, people aren't looking at they're buying up the low hanging fruit, for lack of a better phrase, I guess. So I've been able to find a lot of that stuff a little bit more available, and not a lot of people picking it up. So I know I've done that. I have been buying some, obviously Dragon Ball, that's something I've definitely jumped into a little bit more. Got a couple of cases of the new set that's coming out. And then one that I actually, because Jake, I know you obviously bought Score and stuff like that, but I recently discovered and kind of looked at the Judge promos that have been out there, kind of, their version of staff cards and all that. And so I've been picking up, and I'm trying to complete a 10 set of the volume 1, their first year of Judge stamps. I just kind of thought it might be an opportunity, compared to, how the old school staffs are, for Pokemon. So I don't know if I've ever heard you talk about those. Did you ever look into those, or was that a little bit farther, I guess, in the like too modern, I guess, for Dragon Ball as far as what you buy? Because I know you traditionally buy vintage stuff.
Yeah, I looked at those, but I didn't buy them. I really stopped. I mean, all my purchases, or the vast majority of my purchases were Score, Panini, and I bought a ton of sealed boxes of Panini because they were like liquidation clearance sales, and yeah, those boxes were like $5 each. Like it was
That's amazing.
So I bought a lot of those sealed. So I do buy sealed product, guys, when the price is there, and that's where the money was there, because the singles, they're just going to be so many forever.
Right.
But experientially, I was like, I think these are going to go to like 20, 30, and then they went to like, some went to like 100, which I was stunned because of the amount of those. Like there were like Steve Aoki, I think, bought $50,000 or something of it, or like a huge pallet. Like he probably made, like he could have made like $1 million if he like actually broke those down and sold them just from making that move. I think when he bought them, something crazy. He might have, him buying all of that might have been what helped push the market.
What push? That's what I was just thinking. It was like $50,000 of purchases just comes in. You're like, all right, cool. Let me. I think I can sell a few of these.
It was really interesting because so they were clearancey like back a long time ago for like Dave and Adams. Like you would even find them on there. And generally, those are websites you generally are going to be paying above market or slightly above market usually. Whereas like a Hills Wholesale Gaming is going to be your go-to for that type of stuff. Before it jumps up. And so, yeah, we were all watching that. Like the few of us who were doing it were like watching it like a hawk, seeing like how much was left there and all these other places, whatever. But no, I know. So like Nate Sub F, have you talked to him, Nathan?
I don't think so, actually. That sounds familiar, but I haven't.
He's like the best person to talk to in that I've come across in the entire Pokemon community on like anything that's like trophies related to like, particularly Weiss, he's like knows everything, but like, yeah, like trophies of like anything he knows, like he knows these things extremely well. So he's always my first stop when I'm trying to get some information. But I just went for like the trophy cards or the some of the prize cards for Score. The print on those is widely debated, the amounts of those. People say there's like tons of extra copies. Some people say that's just a myth. And then you have like the gosh, it's been so long since I've done it. I forget what the most expensive one is called. I always say it's Champion Belt, but that's like the $40 promo. It's something else, but that's the really expensive one. I think someone was trying to get like $100K for it on eBay for a while. But I haven't done any DBZ in over a year and a half. Or it's been maybe that's longer than it's actually been. I don't know. I don't really have a good sense of time, but I think it's probably been about that long. Because I had a goal of getting like at least one of every sealed box, and then one of every single personality foil in like limited and unlimited, and then the goal I'm still sort of working on is getting like one PSA 9, PSA 10, or BGS 10 version of every like of all the ultra rares, which is difficult. And I have a bunch that I'm going to send in, but I just sort of for now, moved on to other things in general. But the Bandai stuff is really cool, that early stuff. But the DBS and like DBS trophies, my thing with DBS is just that there are just way too many eyes on it and way too many people who are bullish on it, in my opinion. And the prices, like when we're talking like $5,000-$10,000 for some of those cards, like they're great looking, but I don't know, people don't like to hear this because I'm sure there are people here who are like speculating on and collecting it, but I just don't like those price points for what it is at this point. I
guess you're talking about like the Worlds cards, or you're talking about like Tournament of Power, like that Goku that went for like $90K or something with the black
I like
label.
The cards better. And then you have like your new ones. I forget what they're called. The new like chase that they added.
The God Rare.
Yeah.
I pulled that. Mason gave me the fire there. In a 4.5 hour stream, he jumps in the last 10 minutes, and I pull it. So I told him with this news set he's required to be in the live like at some point.
Yeah, I can tell you guys that I've been into serialized stuff and trophy stuff and other hobbies. I will say that. So I've been learning about everything, like as much as I possibly can across all of the modern TCGs, CCGs, and also dead CCGs too. Particularly focusing on the major IPs, like the top 5 IPs as I see it. I think that there's still good stuff in there that I think just isn't. It's if it gets more discovered by like the sports crowd, there's like a lot of room on it.
Right. No, I've definitely felt the same way. It seems like it's been, I don't know, it's more curiosity, and I wouldn't say boredom with Pokemon, but with it just kind of fluctuating so much, I was like, I'm just going to look at all of these IPs, just find some cool stuff, and unfortunately, it's one of those things that I've realized like how spoiled we are with so much knowledge in Pokemon. I mean, it's kind of unreal to the like granular detail that we have access with how things are released. I mean, we don't have print numbers, but trying to find that on like other TCGs or CCGs, like you said, is, I mean, you basically go to what look like Windows 95 websites and attempt to try and like paste it together. Plus with the community being able to call people like you guys and just say, hey, like, have you seen this? And have an answer immediately is yeah, it's a tough challenge, but it's actually really fun. And it's cool when it's stuff that you like grew up with, for some of the things I've been buying and looking at. And Dan, I'm sorry, man. I know we're just showing, I'm showing Dragon Ball. We're talking Dragon Ball, but outside of MetaZoo, because I know you spent 6 figures on it. Is there anything else? Yeah, because I mean, you put a ton of money into it. You're a distributor. Are you allowed to? Did the NDA say do not talk about other TCGs? I'm just kidding.
No, when I was younger, it was like Pokemon, and then I was done with it. And I didn't do Yu-Gi-Oh! I didn't do Magic. I didn't do Dragon Ball. None of it. All these different animes. I haven't watched any of them. All the Weiss, all the whatever else everyone is doing. I don't have any experience with any of it. I live in the woods in New York, and we used to hunt for Bigfoot, so that's why I go for MetaZoo.
Is this the origin story of the MetaZoo love? The New York Bigfoot? I love it. I
might have been to blame for some Bigfoot sightings in upstate New York.
Probably. Well, one other thing I did want to ask both you guys about, and I'm sure Dan's not surprised, I'm gonna bring this up. The Rusty 05 finalist sale. 50K.
We did talk about it briefly.
Oh, you did already? Okay. Yeah, I did see that.
Share with us your thoughts, because we talked a little bit about it earlier.
Pretty accurate, I would say, from a price standpoint. I know the guy, I think it's like Jin Run My Meister, I think is his Instagram. So I followed him for a while, and we've talked kind of back and forth in the World's Cards. I know he's good friends with like Dave Perzin, and then you just scroll his Instagram, and it's like I mean, if I had to pick a perfect Instagram to scroll through, it's like, here's like 17 rows of World's Cards and then like a couple things, in there. I think pricing wise, it was pretty accurate. I mean, it was funny to hear TCA talk about that today with the like 30K is what was kind of valued at Raw, because that's around what I kind of expected, something like that. I mean, maybe a little bit higher, but in today's market, I feel like that makes sense because there's just so few of them. The only thing that I found interesting, and this just may be something I don't know about Rusty, is that he graded them with CGC. That was an interesting call, because even in the video that he did today, he brought up the PSA pop report. So he didn't bring up CGCs, he brought up PSAs and then still graded with them. So I didn't know if that was something that maybe I'm not aware of, that he just prefers CGC or something like that. I mean, I don't know. Do you guys know that? Is that something that he just prefers them, or it was just a quick turnaround? What do you guys think?
I doubt PSA would have caught on to it, but if that card is really worth $25,000, $30,000 raw, that's a $2,000 grading fee. And he probably spent $100 instead to grade it at CGC, if not $50. So that might have been some motivation. Clearly the buyer wasn't afraid of a blue label because he paid $50,000. I would have been a seller of that card at a fraction of that. I mean, I had no idea it could have been worth anywhere near there. I bid on that lot. I don't remember exactly what I bid, where I was at. I was probably a ways away from winning it. But if I had won the lot for 25, I mean, I probably would have been like, okay, let me sell the top card for 25 and then the rest will be profit. And I would have done amazing. Rusty did way more amazing than I would have done.
I thought it was a great price. I mean, when it went for 23 after BP, I think is what it actually ended at. I mean, that was just amazing for a full set like that, because I mean, you even look, I mean, Dan, you graded the 10, just I think the competitor sampling, if I'm not mistaken, right?
The staff.
Yeah. Oh, it was the staff. That's right. Yeah. I mean,
Yep.
you start looking at like some of these semifinalists and you know, especially a finalist. I mean, that's just an unheard of card to see. I'm curious, Jake. I think I brought this up in a question. I probably did, just because it's a world stamp card, and Dan laughs at me because I bring it up every chance I can. What did you think about the price that Rusty actually got the lot for? Did you think that was pretty awesome? Did you think it was above, below what you'd expect? Like,
It's above what I was willing to pay. I'm
not surprised at that though.
I think I bid. Yeah, but I mean, I bought multiple champion stamps the past year, you know, and finally at the prices that I think they're worth. So I do talk to people who have like who have very high evaluations of these, and they say they get like private offers. And this one's obviously, you know, Rusty and I talked about this one. It's a little strange how much they are going forward in an offer like that versus how much it would have gone if he had like just auctioned it and this guy hadn't seen it. I would have put the price on that finalist at about 15,000 in the current market, and as like a full price, not as like a steal.
Like,
so
even graded the finalists, you would say 15.
Yeah. But it doesn't matter. I mean, it's, and I say about this, you know, all the time. And I mean, I think a year ago, I was probably the number one guy in the hobby talking about world stamps and how they were undervalued, and pretty much the only person talking about it publicly, because these were the winner's card, like this and, you know, and so when I see 50,000 is a lot to pay for that.
It's a ton of money
compared to what you could pay for other cards, in my personal opinion. And I really like these cards. 30,000 though feels reasonable to me. I just think that like the market isn't there for that card yet. Like I don't think there's a deep market at those types of prices for these cards, if I'm honest. I'm not sure you could find another person who would pay that much right now, or even close to it. And that's coming from a person who like owns a bunch of these cards and obviously has the incentive of these being like valuable. Yeah, I mean, in the long run, if the Pokemon hobby does well, like those, and people have more and more money to spend on these things, and more people want to complete these things. And, you know, this is a guy who, I've never talked to this guy. It sounds like you have on Instagram. Like, congratulations. That's so cool that he completed this set that he's been like working on for 17 years. I mean,
it's
like,
wild. He has
money. Like, that's what collecting, like, that's just awesome. It went to like exactly the right person. That's phenomenal. I also love Rusty. I'm glad that he made great money. It sounds like it just really worked well. And obviously this guy is well off and comfortable spending that much money. And so it's a great story. This is not a story where like there were some cringy stories where it was like someone buying it at a price like that, looking to flip, where 2 years ago, where people were buying like some of these trophy cards, they had been in the hobby like 6 months and they were spending like 200 grand on a trophy card, or 40,000 on some of the, like, we've seen huge fall. We've seen some of these prices, like the Mew, or like some, Victory Peak, like we've seen like $10,000, $15,000, $30,000 drops on some of these cards, in part because the people who were buying them were not people like this, who like wanted to keep them, who had been searching for them and just couldn't find them. So it's just a very different story on this card. And I think it's great. And yeah, it's a great card. It's probably the second most expensive, or third most expensive finalist stamp. Obviously the 2004 is going to very likely get the highest price, and then probably the 2007. I mean, I don't know, 2005 are probably pretty similar. But at that rate, it's really just finding the right person and the right buyer. So whatever they're paying, it'll be interesting to see if one sells again, or if another finalist, because most of those finalist stamps have been selling for 6,000, 6,000-7,000. Now there's
for the 08. Yeah, the 08, I think I've seen for that. We've talked about that a little bit.
Yeah, I think I also saw like an 11, and these, yes, these aren't as desirable as the 5, but they're not 1/10 as, I mean, it's like I don't know where like where people are getting that from. I also think that people undervalue the lesser year finalist champion stamps because they don't get that those are actually just as rare.
Sure.
So whereas like it's much harder to find the staff stamps and some of the player stamps are much harder to find from some of those older years, but it's basically impossible to find any of the finalists and champion stamps. And if they get, so it's there's a lot of like sort of price memory and sort of like interesting thinking that doesn't really make sense to me. But in this situation, it's just great that the guy who wanted it got it. So
yeah, I thought it was an awesome story, especially with him because I don't know if he has completed an entire master set of like, I know with the later years, like he's done, like he's got them all. And I think that's, kind of to your point, with the early years, I think that's really what happens is you find a very small buyer pool for those. And Rusty just lucked out to the point to where he's big enough to where people know he bought it, he talked about it. And, for let's say the casual guy dropping 23 grand on cards, it's probably pretty hard if you don't have any kind of presence, you don't have a buyer pool. And I think that's maybe why we don't see a ton of comps, because a lot of that stuff, as Rusty even said in the video, and you know this as well as I do, a lot of that's private stuff. And a lot of people don't even share and not that transparent about here's what we bought it for, here's what we sold it for. I was actually really surprised that not only he put his name out there, he also put his buy price out there. That was actually as I was watching it, I was like, oh wow, he actually mentioned him because he showed his Instagram in the beginning. I was like, I guess he's not going to say like who it is, and I knew because I just started DMing him, and then he's like, oh, here's his name. But yeah, I just found that really, I found that really interesting that was like I think the first publicly talked about sale of that specific finalist stamp, like because I had never seen a comp or anything like that for it. So. But yeah, I agree. I wonder if we'll see another one pop up here soon, or I'd love to see an 04 finalist. I won't waste much time speculating on what that price would be, but yeah, I just thought it was a really interesting thing to bring up.
And whatever it is, it'll be much higher than what I think it should be. And I'm just going to say versus other finalists and champion stamps because it's
if that guy has one and if it gets auctioned, it could be a lot less.
Talking about the 04. You mean?
Yeah, an 04 finalist could come up. Like, I don't know who the big players are.
I think it would be hard to see that card going below 35,000 in 04 finalists. And I think that there'd be a good chance. I think there'd be a very good chance it would go 50.
So Jake would bid 30 then, he's saying.
Dude, I could, honestly, for an 04 finalist, I could see that thing going 75 and up. No question. Even at all. And again, this is coming from somebody who shills it hard. But I just think with 04 specifically, as you know, it's a year that everybody who's in the world stamp space, like that's what they go after. I could see an 04 staff going for probably 20 plus at least, I would think. But I don't know. I think it just takes, and maybe this is just like if it's that first one that comes up, it's kind of similar to how snap cards have never been sold and they show up and then all of a sudden like one pops up and one guy goes, I've been looking, I'm buying this today. I don't know.
Yeah. 2004 has a little bit of, whatever. He's like
30K. Shut up, Colt. Like that's what I'm doing.
No. It's more just that it's interesting. Sort of like this goes back to an earlier conversation we were having, whereas like sometimes people's opinions have like data and numbers to back them up. And then other times it's like, people just say 2004 is more expensive, and there are actual historic reasons why and sales data too. So it's not a complete nonsense sort of thing, but there is also like I'll talk to people and they'll say this card is for 16,000 and I'll be like, it is never sold for that. Where are you like, I'm buying these and engaged in the market and I bought 3 or handled 3 that went quite a bit lower than that. Like where that isn't in response to anything you've said tonight. But it's conversations I've had with other people who are like engaged in these and I think have created some of the narrative around them. That being said, like it also goes to, and then I do see someone else going in the chat, but it goes to this sort of like, are there people who just want that, like that year, or are there people who are looking to like complete and that's the last one they need? Or are there people who are looking, who like have never been able to buy any of those, and so they've sort of given up on them, and they were just looking for the 2005 finalists, and so they're willing to pay really high? Like it's such a small market that it's sort of like the prices could be all over the place as we've seen. So it's
Sure.
I mean, the advice, right, is just sort of really do your research in that market and be patient and bid on auctions and don't sell your cards in auctions.
Yeah. Do not auction an 04 finalist, by the way, please, guys. Don't do that. You will lose and have a very bad time.
Please do it on eBay and don't advertise it to anyone.
Just start it at a penny. Throw a 5-day auction on a new account. Yeah, no feedback, whatever. Call it a day and sell it raw. That'd be even better. Yeah, I don't want to take up too much time, guys. I so appreciate you let me talk about that. But yeah,
I've been wanting to have you on the channel also if you're interested for a more full discussion.
Dude, I'd love that, man.
For a while, yeah.
That'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
Thanks for hopping on.
Absolutely. I'll see you guys in chat. Take it easy.
Have a good night.
Have a good one. All right. So we got so if anyone wants to come on and jump in line, how you doing, Dan, for energy wise?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good till whenever.
All right, let's keep going. So if people want to jump in line, go for it. Next up is Mogul Goods. Hi there.
Hey, how you doing? Can you all hear me okay?
Yep.
We can.
Okay, great. About a year and a half or 2 years ago, by the way, my name is Scott, but I helped my son start a card business. And about 2 years ago, we acquired a Japanese booster box base set. And the person who had it opened up the box, very neatly opened up every single pack, slid all the cards back in, and then just put them away.
Okay.
And so we were able to acquire it at a very low price. And then I said, you know what? Let's send every single card into PSA. So there was a little over 400 of them, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And we literally just got them back this week. And I broke up all the orders. So it was pretty, and I did this on purpose with PSA, and I think y'all find this interesting. What I did is I put all the cards in order. 1, 2, 3, all the way through. Mm-hmm. And then I packaged them up in sets of about 100 and sent them in separately to PSA to kind of see if there would be a difference because they all came from the same box, to see if there was a difference. The first set came back, and I'd say I got 25%, 25% 10s, and the rest 9s, and maybe just a few 8s. But then second, third, fourth, and maybe even fifth set, I probably got 50% 10s. So I think it was, and I'm very good at grading or looking at cards because we do a lot of sports stuff too. And so I think it was just a first person that graded them, and oddly enough, I spoke to PSA, a supervisor there, and I just want to give you this feedback. Very surprised what they told me was they said, it's just it's just a grader's opinion. She says, if you'd like to crack them all and send them back to regrade, we'll be more than happy to do that for you.
Absolutely, they would.
But I was so surprised to actually hear a supervisor actually say that, because what we've heard in the past 6 months is that we're going to be using this fingerprint technology so people can't, resend the cards back in. And here I have I tape recorded the conversation, because when I first dealt with the one person, I couldn't believe the things they were saying. So I asked for a supervisor, and then I turned on my recorder through the system, and she said that the grade, actually the words that she says is the grades are objective by the grader. And, if you'd like to crack them and send them back in, you're more than welcome to do that, which I thought they weren't going to be doing that. I had also, just on another note, I had also had 9 SGC cards that were 10s and 9s that I sent in the slabs to get regraded as PSA.
Mhm.
And there was one HGA slab in there as well. I'm sorry. They did not cross over any of the SGC cards. Even on some of the 10s, I was just asking for a 9 or better.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't cross any of the SGCs over.
Hmm.
And I didn't know if they were just lazy or just didn't want to deal with it. And once again, they told me, well, if you like to crack them out and resend them, I couldn't believe that I was actually hearing that from them. Mm-hmm. So after talking to many people, I'm hearing that if you do want to cross over, you should just crack them out and send them. And obviously I got burnt because I spent $60 a card on them. So it was almost $600 or whatever. And they only crossed over the HGA, mm-hmm. So, it was just a little frustrating on that. But going back to these Japanese cards, so I knew I was missing a few cards. So I've been slowly, even though I had a whole booster box. So I'm very close to having a complete set of 9s. I'm just missing like 1 or 2 cards. Mm-hmm. And including all the trainers. And they were all, when I first sent them in, they were very low pop. I mean, they were on a lot of these trainers, they were PSA, there was pop of less than 10. Some of them.
Sorry, remind me, is this base Jungle Fossil? Which set?
It's base set.
Base, okay.
Base. So, but now I checked the pops. Some of them are less than 50, or like there's one that I think is 38 pop mm-hmm. in 10s, and I own 8 of them. So I'm curious what to do with it. They're actually my son's. I funded this for my son, and all these cards could, it's not hundreds of thousands or nothing like that. But even if it's tens of thousands, it's kind of life changing for him because he could then get an apartment, and he's young, so it's a good starting thing for him. So I'm trying to figure out what would be best to do with him. I mean, he does have stuff for personal collection that he likes with Pokemon that, we've set aside and stuff. But, would it be best to maybe sell this as a complete set of 9 or mm-hmm. a complete set of 10? And then if so, where would be? And we're taking all of them we're going to the National, and we're taking them all there.
I'll be there too.
Are you? Okay. So we're actually gonna just make a great time of it. We're leaving We're gonna stay for a week. We're leaving Monday.
Nice.
So yeah, so just nice little time with him. Any suggestions on who might be? And I also thought somebody might be interested for these new NFT places that because I don't know. The pops are real low on a Japanese, but then again, it's like, what is the interest in them?
Yeah. So the reason that those cards have really low pops is because the prices were never high enough really before PSAs raised their grading fees.
Right.
So because the price was always over $50, $60, $70, and those trainers, even in PSA 10, you're probably talking $50 cards probably. It would never have made sense to grade them. Right. Now, with the low pop ones, is there someone out there who's looking for them that would pay you $100, $120, $150? I could see that theoretically, even though like that's what like the Charmander and the Bulbasaur like. Do you offhand, Dan, know what they're at now? Because I know you're still probably selling them, right? Like the Japanese space Charmander,
right around 100, little over. I'm sold out, I think, currently, but the last I was selling were 120-ish maybe for Squirtle and them.
That's my memory too. And they're still selling really well. Whereas these, I'm not sure what the depth is for them also, like how many people would buy them. You could definitely, I imagine, sell, PSA 10s and those types of things probably for 30. I think they'd probably sell at that. I think I'd be looking to probably get 50 to 80, and I would sell them personally. Because if they ever go up, more people just
you can get more. There's more out there, raw mint.
Yeah, and with PSA lowering those prices and now getting down to that $18 thing, you're going to start to see more people potentially grade them. I still don't think they're going to be grading those probably. But the best thing you can do, because I'm not actively selling those right now, is just test it out. And so I would test it out. So I might try to list some of them a little bit higher. It depends how quickly you want to move off of them. But I would potentially try and list them at like 120, 100, some of the particularly low pop ones.
Right.
With the best offer, and see if maybe someone will offer. Maybe at 100 is probably better. Maybe
Yeah, I mean, I could look at comps on each one and everything, but I was looking at, the interest of if I get a complete set of PSA 9. Including all the hollows and everything.
Yeah.
Would one of these like NFT deals be interested in it? To just
as far as complete sets go.
Yeah.
One thing that I've always said is I buy a lot of complete sets through auction houses because most people who want a complete PSA 9 base set Japanese, they've already started, so they have some amount of them, and a lot of people who want them don't have the money to buy it all at once. So the more cards you lot together, the more limited you're making your buyer pool. And if you make it too big, too expensive, or too diverse, I mean, same grade, same set is better than a mishmash of all different kinds of things, different grades. But still, like, you're more likely going to get me offering 50% of market and winning it.
And then
sell them individually.
And then itemizing them out.
So you should be the one selling them individually, in my opinion. Because if I was selling them, I would get the most. But that's more time consuming too.
Yeah. Right.
As far as like, is Liquid Marketplace or is someone like that going to want to sell these? I would think that maybe if it was a 10 set.
Well, I'm also because we're not too far away of having a complete 10 set as well. So I just need to fill in the gaps on like a complete 9 set. We're just very, very close. Maybe just missing like 2 or 3 cards, which we could get pretty. I just got the grades and everything last week, so I didn't know what the grades were to come out with. And then as far as the 10s, we need to pick up some more. But I'm wondering if it's worth it for me to. I don't have a 10 Charizard, so popping down money for that. But most of the other ones we have 10, there might be just a few that we're missing a 10.
So it's interesting with something like that because we've seen a lot of like PSA 9 first edition complete sets come up. We've seen a lot of like mishmashy, English. We've seen a lot of, mix, like Dan and I both made a lot of money buying complete PSA 9 first edition or PSA 7, 8, 6, 9, 10 first edition sets, and then we break them up and we can make $10,000 more than we would as a person who kind of sold it on one of these auction houses. They also lost, and an additional 15-20% on the fees too. So, but because this is Japanese and because I haven't seen a lot of them, it is possible. Now, I would not auction this personally,
right.
But it is possible that if you put this up on eBay, there might be someone out there who's looking for this because there hasn't been this.
Right.
But to Dan's point, Dan's exactly right. Probably that person has already started trying to complete the set themselves and doesn't need all the cards. Probably, and probably the higher. Obviously, the more money you need, your lower your buy pool, just as Dan said.
Sure.
So if I were you, I would I personally in my current situation, I would just be listing them up one at a time, probably selling them as quickly as possible. If they weren't selling, I'd probably start getting even a little bit more aggressive. If you want to put like some together that makes sense,
Right.
maybe I would do that. Obviously, like you can put the starters together. You could try, a common or an uncommon set of the trainers. You could try like selling the energies together. You could try those types of things. But I think at the end of the day, your best bet's just going to be one at a time, even though it's not as fun, and also can feel bad to break up and you have them all great, they're all graded. So they're all that connected set. So I get it. It may not feel good, but probably your best bet outside of maybe just someone wanting that whole set graded together. And because I'm trying to think if I've ever seen a full Japanese base set auction.
I don't think, because based on the pops, when I first sent them in a year and a half ago, or about roughly a year and a half ago, when I was looking at some of the pops, there was even some trainers that had 0 pop.
Yeah.
So PSA actually focused on a they put out on their newsletter or something that somebody had a complete Japanese hollow set, and they like featured it, but they didn't they didn't have any of the trainers.
And that's a case of, generally speaking, it's been said many times, the pop report at times is a popularity report as much as a population report. So like any random common trainer, however many are graded, there are equally as many of them out there as there are Machops or a random common card. It's just the pop's going to be a lot lower because people wanted to grade the species. People weren't really, no one's going to want to buy a defender unless they're going for the complete set, which years ago, with the prices that these things were worth, it was just never worth grading them.
I think that I probably could get, if I graded some of the stuff that I had, I probably could get 5 to 10 of each. And I know guys who probably could get hundreds, but no one would do it because we'd be afraid that the demand isn't there. Just to be completely honest with you about the supply side. So it's just not something that anyone like on the English side, these cards had no value 2 years ago, let alone on the Japanese side. So it's you're sort of in a good spot probably to sell before more people grade them, probably. But we don't like to tell,
Right. Nothing's financial advice here.
Well, and there's always a gamble no matter what you do, obviously. So it's the right person could pay a lot. That's always the case in these hobbies. So.
Right. Now, would you? Obviously, if I were to put them on eBay, I wouldn't want to necessarily do starting bids at $1. I mean, we have a decent eBay account that we've sold a lot of sports cards and Pokemon cards and stuff like that. Just wasn't sure, obviously how to handle this and whether or not putting them all into a set. I mean, honestly, like just as a collector myself, I'd love to have a complete 9 set, just for myself, or for my son. I just think that's kind of cool, because I don't know that anybody really has that. So it's just good to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, and if you finish out the 9 set, you have a lot of duplicates, it sounds like, too.
Yeah.
You can always finish out the 9 set, list it at a reasonable buy it now, kind of higher, allow best offers. And then in the meantime, sell off all the duplicates.
Yeah.
Just be low list, buy it now on eBay if you want to run an auction here or there. But generally, my strategy is no auctions, be the lowest listed on eBay, run the occasional sale to clear out like old stuff.
Yep.
So that's always an option too. Maybe you'll be surprised and someone will just be, one day they'll wake up, hey, I want a complete base set in PSA 9. I haven't bought any cards yet. I don't even know what that would cost. However much money, they just click buy it now. Hey, you saved me 10, 20 hours of buying these all individually. So maybe people will pay.
It's all relative with money, and like I said, it's not like, it's not like it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. And, there's a lot of people out there who'll just buy one card for $100,000, So, I mean, if it's whatever it ends up to be, I haven't added it all up, but if it's 20,000 or 30 or 10 or whatever it comes up to, it's a drop in a bucket to a lot of people, you know? So it's just a matter of getting the right person.
It's just important to understand that, like, if the price ever did go up on these, or even if the price stayed at $60 to $80 on these, there's no way the popper parts will stay this low. Zero chance, because people will just grade them until like we need to get to a point. The magic number is $50 10s, $25 9s. That's where you're gonna have guys like me finally be like, all right, I never wanted to send these because I don't think they should have any value, but I, finally will sort of send those in. And that's where, and you just don't know how deep the market is for that. So, so that's what I would say about that. That being said, like, Dan and I love base set, and we love base set Japanese. These are great cards. So it's not like these arts are super nostalgic. People really love and care about these things.
I'm surprised they don't go for more, just because it is, I mean, it's 3 years earlier, and it is.
They printed a lot of them. It's
the amount printed.
Supply.
Really?
Demand is high. Supply is also massive. That's what it comes down to.
And I know back then, PSA wasn't located in Japan, so it's not like the Japanese, they weren't into grading as much as they are. They're starting to get a little bit more into grading now. So it's just, I don't know how much supply of that is there, but
I think there's already a ton of it here. Like, I think we could all flood the market with it. Yeah. Okay. So, Dan and I, about 2 years ago, we were talking about first edition commons and uncommons in the exact same way, when the EV was selling for $1,000 in PSA 10. And now we were selling them and grading them, and now they're $100, $80, $50 for the exact same cycle happened, where there were people who really wanted the card, who thought it was really rare, but they didn't realize that people had opened a lot of it and had a lot of it, and they were just waiting for the price to go up to grade it. Now, like, that $50 to $120 window, that might be around for a while. Like, that may definitely be around for a while. I'm not sure, because you also have to think how many people are going to send at this $18 grading tier. How long is it going to take for those cards to come back? How long is it going to take for people to list? So you might have a little bit of time here.
Right.
I would say, though, is like, better than anything that we can say, right, is like, start right away. Like, post them up now. Like, I would go tonight. Even if you're going to start at $150 or $200 or something really high, like, I would do it right away, because that'll tell you a lot more than what Dan and I can tell, because we're not we don't have those cards actively listed. And maybe
what's funny is because we just literally got the last box back Friday. Yeah. So we just changed our plans. We were going to the National Tuesday through Monday. Now we're going tomorrow. So So I told my son, I said, man, the hotel, they have a rooftop pool with a bar and tables and everything. I said, man, I'm just going to bring my laptop up there and the cards, and we could start posting them overlooking the ocean, and just do that for 2 days.
One question I have for you, which might be some of your hesitance, and don't feel like you have to share this at all, but like, what did you pay for the grading fees? Because maybe that's part of why you want a certain price. I'm not sure. Where were you?
$10.
Good. So you're good.
Yeah.
That's why I was getting a little worried. Maybe some of the pushback was like, I spent like $60 a card. I want to get more.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised to find out how much I paid for the booster box. So
you're good. Then you're great. You're doing well.
I think I paid less for the booster box than I did the slabs.
Goodbye. You'll be fine.
So yeah. And then we sent another. We had another 300 cards that we sent in, that are all like $50 to $200 cards now, even with them being reduced. That we want to get rid of as well. So it was a nice little. My son wasn't going to college. So 2 years ago, I had a college fund for him, and we took out his college fund and invested in. He collected Pokemon when he was younger, so when he was a kid, and I always made him put them in binders and everything. And funny enough, all he ever wanted was Charizards. And so we, saved up. We got some good money, and I always had him kept them in, top loaders and everything, and wouldn't let him take them out to play with them. And now he's like, "Hey, do you still have all those?" I'm like, "I sure do." So we sold a lot of those, and I took his college fund, and we literally 2 years ago we spent almost $100,000 on cards, and so and then we sent in a lot of sports stuff and numbered sports stuff and Pokemon. So it's been fun for us. It's been a good bonding experience, and we're enjoying ourselves. So that's nice. So
that's awesome.
Yep. So appreciate all the feedback, and maybe I'll run into you at the National. So I don't know. You going to the trade night and everything Thursday?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I didn't really plan much.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna see a friend or two, and then I'm gonna I'm actually going down with some family too. So we're probably having a dinner that night. But
Gotcha.
depending on what time the trade night is, I'm probably just gonna follow the crowd. This is my first time going, so I'm just gonna.
Oh, okay. All right. I think the trade night is Thursday. I think it's at 6:30 or 8:00, one or the other.
Okay, cool.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Maybe that'll be a good opportunity for me to meet up with people too here from the chat. And I know because there are people who watch this channel and are in our Discord that want to meet up. Maybe that's a good place for that sort of thing to happen.
And Jake, I sent you a DM on Instagram like 2 nights ago about this. So
my apologies. I honestly I don't answer Instagram.
Gotcha. But if you look at Instagram, I'm Lucky K.
Yeah.
And if you respond back to that, maybe we meet up or something, or buy you a drink or something.
Sounds good, man. Appreciate it.
All
Nice
right.
to meet you.
Hey, I appreciate all the feedback, guys.
Have a good night.
Hey, thank you.
All right. So we do have someone on deck who has been on already. So I do want to just give, which is great. I just want to give, if anyone else wants to jump on here, a second, and then if not, we can just sort of finish off with. Okay.
Mason and I just dropped a link in the chat.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I didn't think you were gonna bring me that fast. I thought you were gonna give it a second. My bad. I tried to ask Dan in the chat. I didn't know if you were if you let people do that, but if no one was willing to jump in, bro, I'm always willing to jump in and chop it up. So that's why I was like, yeah.
Absolutely. Come jump in. Yeah. And what I would say is if someone does have something who hasn't come on,
kick me out.
We're just doing this on the fly. So there's specific rules. We might maybe bring them on, but otherwise, yeah, go for it.
Bro. I was gonna say, if anybody comes on, bro, just cut me off. I don't even care. I won't take it anyway, bro. Just kick me out. I don't care. I've jumped in Dan's lives before, and I try to get in with Dan to talk to him too, because I like just to talk, bro, just in general. Because when Dan's going through his cards and stuff like that, I mean, there's nothing better to do than just really talk and pick people's brains. That's pretty much either been doing it the same amount of time or longer. What was interesting about that guy, I was actually curious what you asked him, which is how much he paid to grade the cards. Because if he didn't say $10, man, I was a little worried too, like you were asking. I was like, bro, I'm glad that he actually said $10. That's great. And it's good that he's getting his cards back too, because I think Dan's still waiting on cards, right?
I still have some November 2020, yeah.
So
he's in good shape. I think that
for sure.
When he says 30,000 or he's hoping, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
added up how much they'd all be worth. I don't know. He said he doesn't have the 10 Charizard, and
right.
I'm not sure. Yeah, in my head, I'm quickly doing maybe 15K, 20K, maybe, depending if they're really mostly all 10. But he also said he has lots of doubles, so it could be that can add up too. But yeah, no, that was a great move, and it sounds like he probably paid very low for the box.
Oh no, for sure. Sound like he put a gun to him.
And then him grading was a great decision because even on he turned those $1, $2 cards into $50, $60, $70 probably even in this market right now. So that's a great move. At that $10 price point, that's a fantastic move. So I mean, even if he does wait and more get graded and it does come down, I still think you probably have a while where you can still sell those like $20, $30, and then you're still making really solid money on that.
For sure. Perfect timing, really, about him like finding the collection and being able to get the cards in before PSA closed and stuff like that. So good on his part for that. I just don't follow Japanese, so I have no idea. But can you pull no rarity from those boxes? I don't know where no rarity came from. So maybe he has some no rarities that maybe he doesn't even know about. Maybe he has some no rarities that he's graded. No, for real. I don't know. I don't know how that. I don't have Japanese, for that. But.
There's a deck variant, the starter deck, that has some chance to have them, and then there's a box. James ZNG Emporium actually has a short crimp box that could have them. Yeah, but there's a lot of value lost if he breaks that seal, and then
100%.
They don't have them.
100%. So, what I say for you, Dan? So, what made you, I guess, get to now? I don't know how many you're at now, but I think you said in your live that you might be approaching 1,000 cards sending off, versus when you originally were like, I'm only sending like 120. What got you to that? Did you just like start going through your old stuff and you're just like, man, at 18 it just makes too much sense, and then you also don't know when, obviously, this opportunity could come back again, which, I mean, it could be 6 months. We don't know, but is that really what led to that?
I looked through some of my backlog. I have a monster box stack that's taller than me, and the EX mid-era box was like towards the top, so it was easy to get to. My stream last week, so many more mint cards than I realized I had, and I don't want to send him at 18. I'd rather send him at 10, but I think 10 is still a ways away. I know some people, James and I have a bet. A lot of people think it's coming back sooner than I do, but even at 18, my cost basis is 0 on those cards. I'm doing really, really well.
Yep.
And I'd rather just get them back sooner. And then another part was like, I accumulated more slabs that I needed to crack than I had realized too. It was just like unearthing more of my backlog and realizing that more of it was gradable and ready, because historically speaking, you could always grade cards for $10 or under, and you'd get up to like $200 to $500 value cap. I think we'll get back to it, but it could be like a couple years from now. We could be a ways away. So part of it is like I probably have 2,000 plus I could send to 18 and maybe should send. So let me send half of it, hedge my bets.
Sure.
But I'm going to be more limited by time than anything.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I do this full time, but I still have to get my shipments out. I have other obligations I have to do this week.
Sure.
So as of right now, I have 150 in here ready to go. I've sent 190, 120, and 50. So I've sent 360. This makes 510. Here's another 1,000 that could go. There's 300 slabs next to me that I want to crack this week because a lot of those need to go. I'm probably going to end between 1,000, probably right around 1,000, maybe 1,200. I don't know.
So just also real quick, because you showed that, do you send your cards in the card saver box?
Yep.
Me too.
Bro, this is my favorite way to ship.
That is the best way to, bro. You know, look, I don't know how many people know about like little things like that, bro. But like those are like little things that you pick up if you grade a lot and stuff like that. And maybe Jim Mintz mentioned that, or maybe some other people. But I mean, bro, when you have those and you open it, and you know you got 200, you just throw the cards in there, and you could fit them all back in there perfectly. You don't have to put cardboard in it, bro. It's so clean. It's so nice. Perfect. See, and those are things that I think I want to provide, or I want people to know in the hobby, bro. Because there's a lot of people that don't know too many things like that. Like even that small stuff like that for like benefits, you know, a new collector or a new grader or stuff like that. That's just, when you seen that, I'm like, bro, I do that. So I didn't know how many people do that. And it's easy to stack them whenever you need to like ship a, you know, in a decent sized box out if you're sending a lot. Also back to when you were talking about you're insured. When we were talking about that in your thing, I told you so for me, declared value is the card's value after it's graded, is what it's supposed to be, from what I understand. So like for the EX cards, like you were saying, you were talking about putting like $10 or something like that, I think, each. And I told you, you know, I'm putting 40, 50, maybe even 90. And maybe even if I think the card can get a 10, 150, you know, for some of them cards. Because if it's the right Pokemon, if it's, you know, Team Rocket Returns, you know, stuff like that, or some Fire Red Leaf Green stuff, I mean, I think that it could definitely get that price. So my insured value, like I was telling you, insured back to me was only like $120, but my declared value on the sheet was like 20 grand. So it doesn't even matter. Like, I don't know if you knew that.
After you said that, I looked into it more and I thought about it more.
Yeah.
I declared all these at $100 each flat.
Smart. Yep.
I don't know why. I guess years ago it just used to be the norm. I just submit them all $5 or $10 a piece, higher than my cost basis was raw.
Yeah.
But now, yeah, like there's not much punishment for declaring them at. I went for 50% of, because like honestly, when they come back graded, that's roughly where they'll end up.
Yep.
Some amount will be 10s and I'll get upcharged on them. So I'm putting 100 each flat. A lot of them will be worth 50 to 100 if they hit 9 or 8.
Yep.
But then the 10s will drag up the value of the whole box. So yeah, like me not being a beginner, really, I've been in this a long time. It's funny how many times you talk with other experienced people and you get like an interesting tidbit or an interesting tip. I mean, James was on Pokeflips a few weeks back. And we talked about the fact that like he doesn't have to pay sales tax on items he's reselling. Oh
wow, he didn't know that.
Yeah, you never know talking with other people. Yeah,
wow.
You never know talking with other people what new information you might find, even if you've been deep in it for a long time.
Right. I also try to tell people about I don't know, like if you actually are reselling the items, you can get you a resale certificate. I don't know how many people know about that, but you get a resale certificate and eBay takes that. So if you submit it to eBay, not financial advice or whatever, but you don't have to pay sales tax, because for the longest, I live in Florida. Florida didn't have where you paid sales tax, but then they, changed the rule with Florida and they changed the rule with eBay. So now I was having to pay sales tax, so I had to get my resale certificate to be able to do that. And
so the important thing to say about all of this is that, like, first of all, like, definitely
consult a professional.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Different places, but there's also laws that, like, the danger is that, like, you have to prove that this is not a hobby and you are not buying these things
for your personal collection. Yep.
So there's a certain amount of time that you need to, like, resell a certain amount and, talk to a CPA to get that exact sense, because you don't want to, it's not just 100%. Like if you're someone who like barely ever sells and mostly just collects, this is probably not a good option. Now, what you can do is you can actually have different accounts. So like I have different eBay accounts. Some of them I have a resale exempt on, and some I don't. And so I can make personal buys on when I don't, and then things that I'm very, very confident I'm going to resell, I can, but there are all different ways to do it. So.
Yeah, I think eBay actually, my bad, I didn't mean to cut you off, Dan. eBay actually, whenever I first submitted that, I think they recommend you doing that. They tell you like, hey, get you another account if you're going to buy items for your personal use, because you're technically supposed to, like you said, still pay sales tax. But what were you going to say?
Yeah, consult a professional, because tax evasion, ignorance is no excuse that will get you by, and tax evasion is a big boy crime. So don't be doing things improperly. But generally speaking, items intended for resale, you don't pay sales tax on, because the end consumer does, generally speaking. Confirm, verify with your accountant.
Also, so back to what you were saying about like sending cards, and is it just because you don't feel comfortable letting out 2,000, or because like I've always been in the thought, like, if you're in the cards for 0, right? If you would send cards at 18, you're going to send the same cards at 10. The same cards you send at 10, I feel like you could send at 18. Do you feel like that $8 margin is that big, big of a difference for you to wait until it possibly gets down to 10 and then Also, Jake, have you decided on what you're sending? I know you said you got tons of stuff, but you were talking more for personal collection. So I don't know if you're going to get cards out or what's your plans on that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, everything is for sale potentially at some point.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, because when you talked before, I
It
thought you
is
were like,
personal collection, but I'm
Okay.
not a PC person in the sense that like I put something in my PC and then it's like there's literally nothing. Because the thing is like there's endless stuff that I want to collect, and if I had all the money in the world, maybe I could do that. But like, and
100%.
maybe at some point I'll get. But generally I'll sell something with the plan of getting it back later, when it goes down or stagnates in price versus something else so there's a lot of that type of stuff that I do. But so I really like flexibility. And at $10, I'm much more flexible what I can do than at 18 for me. Like if I only have 10, and that $8 may not seem like that much, but it's a lot of money when I'm sending 8,000 cards.
Oh, no. I'm not. Yeah, for sure. That's why, I mean, I agree with you in that aspect for sure. But
And
like,
a lot of the cards I'm sending, like that $8 actually provides quite a bit of flexibility. Because a lot of the cards I'm sending are $20, $30, $40, $50, $60, $70 items, particularly once I think everyone grades everything. Like I'm very bearish on the short term on high supply items. I think that there's going to be a massive amount more supply for a lot of things.
100%.
And so I really want that $8 cushion on anything that I put in that sort of category. If I don't feel like it's as much in that category and I need more inventory to sell, which I don't, because I have enough inventory still to sell, and then most of the stuff that I'm waiting to be graded, I is a lot in the boat. Earlier on in this conversation, towards the beginning, I was talking, with Dan and I was basically sharing with the audience that I'm in a position where I am actually running out of things that I like enthusiastically want to sell because I actually think that people buying from me and buying these things are getting, good value. I think they're, but it's like I'm selling some really good things to buy really great things, which I don't love. I would much rather be able to buy every great thing and hold all the good things, which I've been able to manage financially mostly in this hobby. But they're just too expensive and there's just too much now.
You want 2020 where you can sell junk for like
or just cheaper prices back in the day when the amount of money I made, just went much further. So I'm adjusting. The point of that is really I'm adjusting to sort of the new price points. And with that, this is a big decision for me on, are there cards here that I should send in at the 18 that I would rather flip versus like I'm taking this case to national of all cards I'm looking to sell basically. Are there cards in this 8,000 that I would rather sell even after the 18 grade fee than the cards that I have in that case? That was sort of the way that I was formulating it in my head. And my answer was not really. There are a number of that feel about even. And if I can sell everything in that case, I will have enough money for the next year to buy basically anything I want in the stuff that I'm looking at, basically outside of outrageous things, which I'm not looking to buy. But like so I don't need that cash flow, and I don't live off of this like Dan. Although Dan doesn't live off this, his wife makes enough money as he always says.
The wife brings home the bacon.
Brings home the bacon, but so that's where my mindset is. And at $10, I'm just going to be so much more flexible in the future. And I'm planning on holding all of these cards for really I'm planning on being in this hobby for a really long time in the foreseeable future. So it's just going to give me that flexibility with that I'm much more comfortable with. But other people are in very different situations where they don't have the amount of cards that I could still sell to keep their sort of operation moving. And they need to just continue to always. I mean, there are people who it made sense to be grading at $50, right? There are people grading, so it's everyone's in a different spot. But the reason I was going to send in was more just lack of patience. I'm just so tired of not having these cards slabbed. I've been waiting years, and my patience was running out about a month ago. And I'm just but I just need to hold off. Take a deep breath.
Will you send 0
Yeah,
when the month comes to an end?
Yeah,
I'm
so you're
sending
sending.
0 right now.
That's
Interesting.
you were talking about sending some PC stuff or some
Yeah,
like
see,
long.
yeah.
I'm glad to hear that you're sending 0 because
Cool.
one thing I was gonna say, one thing
Put
that's
you out
like
there. Don't send cards in so that we can get these prices down to 10. Stop sending in. You're causing a longer backlog and you're making it so I can't get my PC back.
nothing like
Nobody-
2020. But I see the writing on the wall a little bit, honestly, and I could be wrong. Like it's nothing like 2021 where they closed down. I think the backlog is going to grow this month.
I would
18
assume.
18 was too low too soon. They're going
I
to
agree.
grade
I agree.
approximately 1 million cards this month, and I think they took in more. They lowered it too much too fast, and I'm not trying to induce FOMO. I hate sending at 18. I have a lot of inventory. I have enough inventory to keep me set for like well into 2023, but I feel like I need to get 1,000 cards out because when $10 comes, I have many thousands to grade, and I just want to get the first like leading edge of that out.
Yep.
It should be 2,000 or 3,000 honestly, but it's probably only going to be 1,000, partially because I have limited time. I only have a week left, and I've been slacking, and I'm on YouTube Live right now and not entering cards.
This
But-
is important, Jen. This is important for you to be here.
It is. It's a battle. I hate paying PSA $18 for what they do. Honestly, like I know what they do and I know what it costs them. I don't know what it costs them, but I know roughly what it costs them.
Sure.
And I don't like paying 18 for it.
I mean,
Honestly, like part of me not sending more, not working harder. Like I would have declined this live if I was smart, probably, and I would have entered 300 cards. I hate giving PSA $18 a card.
bro, I'm not like. For me, I've been waiting for a lower graded cost, man. And when they told me 18, I don't know how many other people out there were excited as me, but I know Nick was talking. I think Old School Pokemon said that he was really low on PSA inventory. So when he heard 18, I'm pretty sure he was really excited. So, I mean, bro, I don't know, man. At 18, I just think, like you said, if you're in cards for free, which I'm in some cards for free, I'm in some cards at 25 cents, 50 cents, bro. Like, is it worth me waiting for them to get through the backlog that they're about to get to $10? And then on top of that, y'all talk about all the time that when these cards come back, right, it's going to push prices down on a lot of stuff. So when you get the cards back and the prices get pushed down, and then they introduce $10, you're sending in at $10. Well, then the prices have already went down, right? So then it's almost equaling out, is it not? Just in my head, but
It depends on the card, but yes,
Sure.
there will be cards that fit that mold where you're actually going to make more money to send them in now, even at the $18 than the 10.
Exactly.
Because you're going to fall so much, 100%.
Exactly. Okay, I'm glad that you agree. See, like anything that Dan is showing right now, that those are considered vintage to me. Diamond and Pearl, anything from EX era, reverses, anything like that, Heart Gold, Silver stuff, bro. I just think at 18, it's literally a no-brainer. And like Dan said, like if they're mint, like if you can like guess that they're gonna grade, 8 to 10 between that range, then I don't know, man. I just feel at 18, it's just like he said, they dropped the price way too fast, and we're not even taking into account. We're just talking Pokemon, bro. How many sports card people were waiting for 18 with all the base cards, with all the new rookies, stuff like that. So, I mean, I definitely think $18 is, and like Dan was saying too, like he's gonna get these out, right? So by the time hopefully $10 comes around, maybe he's receiving these back, and then he's pumping out a new order. So then you got a whole new inventory just rotating. And then he's still working on old inventory and now new inventory and then more inventory coming. And he's still buying in the process.
I think my issue with people guessing too much about like how long it's going to take, like all these types of things, is like it's so speculative.
Sure.
Like it's very like I lean to like the company knows what they're doing more than I do. So I tend to lean towards that companies are going to be make smart decisions for themselves. And so in my mind, I think there's a decent chance that they understand what this $18 is going to do, and they're going to be able to get through it reasonably quickly.
I hope so.
Now, is it more like a good test for them that they've decided that this is a perfect time to test that with the Nationals, see what happens, and then like reassess? Because also, how can they predict exactly how many cards will be sent in 18? You know, because it's both sides, right? We don't know their capacity for getting through the cards, but they don't know how many we're all going to send in.
100% they don't.
So it's sort of this interesting situation. You know, to be a fly in the wall of their boardroom, that would be fantastic. But I am very bullish that they'll get down. I mean, I remember just 8 months ago, people were telling me that I was crazy that I said they'd ever get down to 10 or something. And now it's like, when are they going to get down to 10? So it's like, I believe when he comes out, when Nat Turner comes out and says, we're going to get down to 10, that's the plan. They're like, yeah, they're not just going to say that, you know? So I think, how long will that be? I mean, I am really hoping it's by the start of next year. That's what I'm really hoping. And this will definitely be a big month to see whether or not that's going to happen, depending on what the backlog looks like after this month, if there is one. So,
yeah, see, Dan, you got tons of stuff. Like, that's all like no-brainer stuff, I feel like. Also, I don't know, like, one thing, I don't know if you want to call, I think those are no-brainers, in my opinion.
But I go through it.
What happened?
Because I've got some. There are plenty of ones that I wouldn't send them.
So
it all depends on the quality, though. Like if
no, yeah.
Like if they're all like really should be 10s, like immaculate, then like all of those cards I might say, you know, and it depends on your inventory situation. Right. But if like those cards are like 8s, 9s,
really, you don't think? Really?
No, I think
these are all 9+s. 9+s.
Those I'm not talking about. I'm talking about your, you know. Wait, that first edition Charizard, I think it'll be okay.
The no, all the ones I showed first, all the raw ones are 9+s. Is what
that's what you said.
I'm gonna get some 8s. I'm gonna get some 10s. A lot of the 9s could be 10s and probably won't get sold as 9s. Just the standard stuff.
So another thing that I brought up in like another conversation with somebody, that I don't know how people view this. Me personally, I've never cracked card. Well, I can't say never. I've cracked maybe 3 cards in my whole time. But I know Dan loves to optimize. That's why he says optimize, you know, slabs, optimize cards, get them to the true thing. But my thing that I didn't know, because I don't grade with CGC, I've never graded with CGC, it just blows my mind that I know obviously there are different grading guidelines and stuff, sure. But a PSA, I mean, a CGC 8 or 8.5 can literally have a dent in it. That just blows my mind, because then there's obviously tons of people who are great that there's tons of people who could buy raw cards that are super clean but have a dent in it and grade it with CGC and technically get a premium on it in a CGC 8 or an 8.5.
Well, it's just silly because, like, I've said it many times before, CGC is not wrong. They just have a different scale. To me, right. If I have to choose for my binder or for my overall enjoyment, if I have to choose between a Gengar Masaki PSA 6 that is a gem mint card with a tiny indent on the back that you can only see in the right light, because that would get a 6 at PSA.
It would.
Or choose between a PSA 7 that you scratched on the pavement and it's got hollow scratches and it's got whitening on the back. Like, give me the 6 all day long. At CGC, that Gengar that has hollow scratches and back edge wear that makes it a 7 at PSA, that might be an 8, 7. That might be somewhere between a 7 and an 8 at CGC as well. But the PSA 6 will be like a CGC 8.5 potentially. So to me, CGC, their scale aligns more with how I value minute damages on a card. Generally speaking, I think the majority of the hobby, like I'm in the minority with that, I think. The majority of the hobby is just the PSA scale is ingrained, so they feel like they're getting robbed if they buy a CGC 8 that's a PSA 6. Like, I think it's fair play, though. And I know generally speaking, the market buys numbers. The market buys labels. So I want to get the biggest number I can
I feel
get
you.
on any given card.
I
If
get
the
it.
label's blue to get the bigger number, if the label's red, I don't care. I just want the biggest number to sell it for the biggest premium. I mean, that's the game I play.
I'm not saying that, that's a bad thing or a wrong thing. I don't know if I don't know. I just can't I can't stand on that as me as I don't know, maybe what I stand for like in that situation, cuz for me a dent or increase is damage, right? Correct? I would say that's damage. So like me personally, a card with scratches and like some edge wear I think is better, in my opinion, just my opinion, than having a card that has a dent or a crease or stuff like that, because technically that is real damage, not light scratches or some edge wear. And then like you said, I just like then that's the case. Then why even buy a CGC 8.5? Because you're probably going to pay more for a CGC 8.5 with a dent than you're going to pay for a PSA 6. So then go buy the PSA 6, right?
Like here's a CGC 8. To me, if you told me like this is a 6 at PSA, guaranteed.
Yeah.
Well,
I
unless
remember
they
you
miss
showing
it,
this one. Yeah, I remember you. They're not missing that. There's no shot they miss that.
they
There's
do.
no shot. There's no shot. Bro,
They're humans.
Look,
I mean,
no. I don't agree that they haven't missed stuff, because I've seen cards with print lines get 10s. I've seen small dents get looked over. That's a decent sized dent. I've even seen another thing, like I've seen in a crystal Celebi before.
Yeah, that might not even get a 6, Dan. That might get a 5.
Yeah, that's
It
what I'm
could.
saying.
Yeah,
That's a pretty significant dent. But what I was saying is,
the reason I like to talk about it, I like to educate buyers. I mean, I'm going to sell this as a CGC 8 because I know that it's maxed out. I can't get a higher number at PSA. So I'm going to sell this as it is. I like to educate buyers though. Like if this one has subgrades, so you can tell what's wrong with it. The surface has a 7.5, which brings it down. But yeah, to me, go ahead.
So maybe more what I'm asking is, as a seller, you sell tons of things, correct? Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know if I'm like going into maybe more of like your personal morals or like stuff like that, but you say you're going to list that card as a CGC 8, right? So now when you list that card, are you gonna list or say that it does have that indent though? Will you display that? No?
I take a front and a back picture. I mean,
okay. But you can't usually see that in a back picture though.
I have a lot of cards I have to sell. This one specifically has subgrades too. So it has a subgrade of 7.5 on surface. If you know CGC, you know what that is. You like I can't handhold everybody.
I hear you. I'm not asking you to do that.
I'm on YouTube right now showing high res, high def photo. I'm not going to go through every card. And like the reason I grade it is so that I can just sell it 100%. Without issues. Yeah. So like I get what you're saying to an extent, but
then you could post it on eBay and then circle it and then say in the bottom, just a warning, this has this. You could do that.
I could.
Jake, Jake, are you being sarcastic though, or like?
No, I am holding Dan's feet to the fire in an honest way, which is saying that the way that Dan handles that is he comes onto YouTube and he educates people and he's honest. I agree. And he's honest with people in our Discord and our Patreon, and he shows people and teaches us. But when it comes to like actually on his eBay page or the selling, he's not going to hide it, but he's also not going to like put it front and center. He's going to show it.
Sure.
He's going to take a picture that shows it. He's not going to take a picture that hides it, I imagine. He's going to show a high-res, clean picture, and it's up to people to check out the card before they buy it, or they're just going to buy the grade, and then it is what it is. And I it's a tough one. Luckily, I don't have any of those.
It's really not. I mean, this one's really not tough because it has subgrades too.
So this is the thing. So this is the thing. I've never graded with CGC, right? Personally, I've never graded with CGC. So to me, a 7.5 surface or an 8 surface could to me mean heavy scratching, maybe some back wear, like scratching. I don't know, like what, I don't know. So for me personally, I wouldn't know to look for an indent, right? So I'm just saying in general, like for me instance, like I graded a Shining Kabutops PSA 10, right? At PSA. Was not a PSA 10 at all. Flat out not a PSA 10. Had a huge nick at the top of the card. Me personally, when I listed it on eBay, I put in my description, please check back. Card has a nick at the top. My opinion, it was graded by PSA, but I do not believe this deserved a PSA 10. It is a weak candidate. If you're buying, please understand that to me, this is not a PSA 10 quality card. Someone still bought it, but I also dropped the price from what it was though compared to other 10s. Like say a 10 was selling for 600. I don't know if that's the right price, but at the time, if it was selling for 600, I sold mine probably for like 475 or something. Like I took a whole $100 off just because I feel like you're buying a card that you could have bought a 9, which is way cleaner than this 10. Just in my opinion. And
I've done this thing multiple times.
I had a PSA 8.
I've told people there are scratches on the front of the case before, and
I do that all the time too. Cases, yeah.
There's whitening on the back, and it's cost me at times like $1,000.
I had a PSA 8 base versus Charizard. PSA 8 base versus Charizards were going for 12 grand. I sold mine for 10. The head grader at PSA, the scammers that they are, upheld the grade. It was a 6. It was a 6, and they upheld it as like people. 99% of people buy labels.
Bro, you know what kills me? Damn makes so much money because of grading companies, and PSA is put so much damn money in this man's pocket, and he just comes out and just like, yo, PSA.
But it has subgrades. but there's subgrades on it, so I don't. Yes, these companies are nonsense, but it has subgrades. I don't have to tell people about the damage.
It's graded,
bro.
It's not misgraded. It's crazy.
You kill me, brother. Look, listen. And I've never met you in person, right? But just from what I've seen on YouTube and know like how transparent you are, I appreciate that. But that's the only reason why I asked you that, because like I said, the slab optimization thing, just, you know, I don't know if it's like tons of people do it. You're not the only guy. I'm not saying that you're tricking or manipulating or anything like that, but you're cracking a card that, you know, was 8.5 or an 8. You're going to get it in a PSA 9 or a 10, try to or whatever, and you're going to sell it for more. Or you're going to take a card that has a dent, put it into a CGC to make more money. You're trying to make money. You're a business. I'm not saying it's wrong to try to make money, but just that kind of, I don't know, man. Some of that stuff just doesn't sit right with me. My morals in general.
My actual opinion is that for me, it depends on the value amount.
Did you sell any of these in 2020?
Me?
Yeah.
I did not sell.
Those are trash. You don't sell those to people.
I did not sell that, but I did sell some first edition holo stuff that I bought a big collection from an older lady.
I'll feel way better selling this for like $150 or whatever it is going to go for than I do selling this for $150. I'm selling these today for $150 in PSA 10.
Yeah. So back to, but what you're saying, this is my thing. I can't dictate the market and how market's going to go up and down. Like if you sold in the high, I didn't tell you to buy, right? And I didn't know that the price like was going to drop 75, 50, whatever percent. But you know that card has a dent, or you know the damage of the card to an extent, right? So then that's where I'm saying like it's a little bit different than what you're trying to say. But I get what you're saying. But I mean, I sold a PSA 5 first edition Charizard for $7,500 during the high. I sold a PSA 5 Blastoise for $1,500. Those aren't selling for that at all. And yeah, a lot of people got hurt, a lot of people got burned, but I don't know. But what
I mean, when I sell a PSA 6 Masaki card, I don't say it's like I've sold PSA 6 Masaki cards that were mint with a Masaki mark that made it a 6, and I've sold ones that were just well worn that were a 6. I don't elaborate on why they're a 6. Like that's why I grade them, is to just make them
to take away that. Yeah, I know. I get it.
I'm not a professional. They are supposedly.
Stop, bro. This guy, man. This guy's like, I grade with Beckett, CGC.
I pay the professionals. I'm not a professional.
You, man, dude, you kill me, bro. You kill me. This is hilarious, dude. Were you gonna say something, Jake? I seen your. Yeah, go ahead.
So my serious answer is that why I did it on those 10s is because those were $5,000, $8,000, $10,000 cards.
Yeah, huge, right?
So it's a huge purchase. On a card like that, I would be much less like, okay. Like, frankly, they can probably just resell it for 100, 150.
Sure.
It's graded that much.
Sure.
Whereas, like, if you're buying like one of the 2-3 10s in the world and that 10 is actually an 8 and it looks like crap and it's way worse than the other 2 10s, like I want you to know that. So, because I think that's more important. Whereas I actually don't think that dent is that important. I don't think there are that many, my serious answer, I don't think there are that many people in the world that would care that much. And they'd probably still pay like decent, like close to that. Now, and it's not that much money. We're talking like $25, $30, and it's people's responsibility to look at the back. It was the person's responsibility to look at the case and to look at the back on this card. It was just a $4,000 difference potentially in value. And I didn't want the person to like have a bad experience and get screwed.
Yeah.
Whereas this is just so much milder. So that's my honest answer. And all of this, the whole thing is just your own comfort level and what you decide to do. And it's a decision by decision. It also depends on the person buying from me. Like there's some people I like. Like there's some people I sell to. I really like that person. I think that they're a really kind person. They're really excited. I give those people deals sometimes. Then there are people who are kind of annoying to me. I don't really want to I don't like them particularly. You know, I don't really want to sell you this. I don't like how you're doing. I'll charge those people more. Because
Dang.
what I want, they're my cards. You know what I mean? So it's
goodness.
you know, we're not Walmart where we have to sell at a certain amount. You know, we're allowed to sell things the way we want to, and we're allowed to display things the way we want to, and everyone has their own sort of their level of sort of ethics within that. But that's my serious answer. Is with this card, probably maybe I'd say something in the description, but it wouldn't be it's not like a huge deal. I'm mainly just like giving Dan.
So do you think, like, for instance, you said like
saying the grade, but it has subgrades. Like, yeah. Mr. Grading's BS. It doesn't matter.
People should know what they're buying. Like,
Sure.
if you're $100 is a lot of money. If you're spending $100 on a piece of plastic with cardboard inside, like, you really should know what you're getting into. But most people don't. Most people aren't knowing what they're getting into. It is what it is.
So then in that case, Jake, when you talk about higher end stuff, do you think it's the auction houses? Like, do you think that they should? I don't know if they do this or not because I don't follow them either. So like we've seen, for instance, tons of what is the card? It's a Japanese card. I can't remember it. People talked about it. It's sold multiple times. I think Dan might have covered it. There's been multiple copies sold where they've had a lot of wear on the back, and they shouldn't scroll. There it is. So should they say, hey, there's damage on this corner. There's damage on this corner. You know, should they?
I actually think it's inappropriate for them to do that because
not do it or to do it
to judge. Like it's PSA. Now I agree with Dan.
Well, PWCC does that eye appeal garbage too.
Oh, such garbage.
That is.
I don't even know what that is. I never even heard of that.
They do. This is in the top 5% of specimens. Like, you haven't seen all the specimens. How can you say this is in the top 5%?
Oh
it's snake oil, used car salesman, like, trash.
I got
you. Like, you on your own personal cards on your own personal eBay is one thing to decide your sort of ethical thing. An auction house needs to have a standard across the board, and you can't. Where are you going to differentiate? So how much damage? How bad does the PSA 10 need to be for me to write? There's no way of doing that.
I got what you're saying.
Show high res scans, and you show PSA, and you could argue the same thing on your own personal eBay page. I just think that an individual can do a little bit more of a differential of when they should do it, when they shouldn't. Just as an ethical human being, you know, and it's more of a personal decision. But big companies cannot do that. It has to be.
Cool. I agree with you.
But they do. They don't do it on the negative end. They do it. So they don't do it when it will hurt prices. They only do it when it
pumps prices.
And now we're back to Ken Golden.
So
talking about
for anyone who wants context on Ken Golden, look up Home Shopping Network. 1999 Ken Golden. The way that he pumped those things for like half an hour, open mouth YouTuber screaming at the top of his lungs.
Oh no, he's attacking everybody. Open mouth YouTubers. So I
sleep like a baby.
Something that I bring up fairly often recently is that, in my opinion, YouTube is kind of sexy now. So when I got back into the hobby, YouTube wasn't sexy, right? It was like Jim Mint making videos about like opening first edition base set boxes and how to submit to PSA and showing off your like stuff that you're doing, stuff like that. Now it's like thumbnail this. I got, top 10 advice. Like, they're not going to say they have advice, but they're like, this is the top 10 things you should be buying. These are the 5 worst things. These are the things that you should be looking at. These are the things that, could possibly go up, blah, blah, blah. Like, how much of that do you feel like, it's just too much in my opinion. I just feel like there's way too many YouTubers that are doing that. And a lot of them, like I said, a lot of them weren't in, and be like in the beginning, and like they haven't seen a lot of stuff. Like they've only very new to the hobby, and they experienced that 2020, 2021 gain or that boom, and they just feel like maybe they have a lot of knowledge from that, or they made some decent plays on some modern stuff, UPCs or whatever, and they made some good money. So I just feel like there's just so many YouTubers doing that, and I just wish that a ton of people in the community, obviously they're going to watch it because, but I just feel like I wish more people would educate themselves. I wish more people would be more selective about what they buy versus, listening to someone else telling them to buy stuff. I don't know, like, how do y'all?
I think it's fair to say that there's probably a decent number. So why are people getting onto YouTube? And there's going to be different reasons. Like, some people, it's because they really just want to connect with people. They want to have fun. Some people, it's going to be that, but like maybe they're promoting their business. They're growing they want to become more of a figure. For some people, they want to be a YouTuber and make a living off of YouTube, right? And they want to just create the flashiest, most confident or whatever it is that they can. And yeah, for people who are newer to the hobby, it's more likely you're not going to be able to discern which one am I dealing with here? Like, am I dealing with someone who this is just like a YouTuber making like entertainment videos who's trying to grow his channel as big as possible versus this is a YouTuber who actually buys and sells constantly and maybe has like a little bit more like market knowledge and has done it for many years, right? And YouTubers are awfully not going to tell you like some of these channels are probably not going to come on and say, hey, don't listen to me.
Right.
Like, I don't really know what I'm talking about. So but I'm not that concerned about it anymore, honestly. I was only really concerned about it during the
high,
because there was just so many people doing it, and and the vast majority of the hobby was new, and it was just making it so like
tons of people got hurt.
Yeah, and the prices were so insane. Now it's like, do I really think people are going to get that hurt watching those like top 5 investment videos? Like, probably not. The most they're probably going to lose is like, $20 a box or something.
Yeah, a couple percent or whatever, 10%, something like that. But I don't know. I'm just like, I don't know, man. It blows my mind how it is. Go ahead, Dan. What were you going to say?
I've got one thing. Gem Mint made some sexy YouTube content just to defend Gem Mint.
Come on.
No, but seriously, to quote myself, if the market demands it, someone's going to supply it.
Sure.
So like, there's a lot of stuff on TV I don't like. There's a lot of articles on the internet that aren't for me, and it is what it is. But like, yeah, like people are consuming the content, so proportionally to the amount of consumption, like people are gonna be supplying it. That content has a higher ceiling. I can't fault people, and some of the people who are making that content fully believe in it all and are acting on it. And whether it's right or wrong, whether it works or not, whatever, we'll find out with hindsight years down the line.
Right.
But like some amount of them are consciously saying ABC, and then on the background, they're like dumping that product they're pumping. Like some people are doing it in really ugly, toxic, bad ways. And like, that's just objectively bad all around. There's no way most times for us to ever differentiate between them. So hopefully most people on here are adults, and hopefully the people buying things are adults making adult decisions.
Listen, it is what it is, man. It is a bitter pill to swallow, is the reality, to see someone who you think is just completely taking advantage of their audience and scamming,
right?
Make a lot of money off of them, grow a very large channel, and even have a lot of people like defend them and really respect them. It is not fun to see. It's a bit of a bitter pill to swallow. But it's life.
It's the world. Yeah, it's the world we live in. There are many, many millionaires and billionaires that
take advantage of it.
Yeah,
I get it.
It's a fact of life, and I guess if it's in Hollywood, if it's in politics, if it's in like somewhere else, it's whatever. But if it's in our space, it's worse because it's like in our space.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, at the end of the day, you can never really know someone's true intentions. You can
And we're so deep that we can tell the difference.
Sure.
So
sometimes, sometimes.
There are many areas where I'm more of a generalist where I wouldn't really know the difference. And it's not because it's not an intelligence thing. So sometimes people think like, how do you not see through these people? It's like, well, it's because they're not like ridiculous. And I've been doing this for 5 years and are obsessed with every little aspect so that they can differentiate. You know, it's like, imagine coming new into something and being able to try and differentiate different things. Right. So it's that too.
So, kind of like completely different thing. How much? Because both of y'all have sold stuff. Dan sells stuff, and I've always been agreeing with pretty much what Dan said earlier about when he was talking to the guy about auctions and stuff like that. Me personally, I don't auction anything. Everything I list, it gets listed at a buy now. From my experience, if someone wants something, they're gonna message me directly and say, "Hey, will you take $75 or will you take $60? Based on my price that's listed." But how much weight do you truly put into auction prices? Because I seen someone making, a case about how the PSA 9 Charizard first edition base set English, has been auctioning consistently 17 grand, 18 grand on all these auction sites. And obviously, if that card is in a block every auction, it's going to probably decrease usually because you're taking a new buyer, someone that already bought the card out of the next buyer pool. And I feel like it's just going to keep decreasing. At some point, it gets a floor, of course, because every card has a floor, I would say, especially that card. But how much weight do you put in it? Because, like, if someone auctions for 17K and then they come to you and, they're like, hey, this auction's at 17K, 16K, this is the price now. Me personally, when people do that, my answer is, unfortunately, I don't go based off of auctions because auctions can be shilled. Auctions are also based on when you post them, the time. There's a ton of factors, were there multiple on the block? Were there multiple, available? What was the supply at the time? So for me, I don't put as much weight into auctions and put that as like a data point, I guess. For me, I feel more comfortable when stuff sells at buy now prices to like say like, okay, that could be the true value of it. But what do y'all put, how do y'all feel about auctions? Do y'all put a lot of weight into the auction prices?
If I'm buying, I do. If I'm
Of course,
selling,
of course.
I don't. I mean,
this guy Dan is hilarious, bro.
We're getting late over here.
Guy Dan, bro.
No, that's like the obvious. Said as a joke, but honestly, like when I'm selling, I generally like to sell towards the buy it nows, towards the low list on eBay. I sold my PSA 9 base first Charizard a few months ago. Auctions were going right around 20. I sold mine for 25 through PWCC Vault.
Nice. That was just a buy now, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
And yeah, I think people get way too hung up on market price being like a fixed singular point. Market price is a range. That card to me is anywhere between 14 and 28. Feels like today's range. Like, given that the 8 is 10 to 15 and the 10 is 250 to 500, isn't it reasonable that a 9 should, like, if people are buying cards and not grades, or buying the card and the grade, like a weak 9 should be 15.
Yeah.
A strong 9 theoretically should be 50, maybe, if it's super strong. Like, why couldn't a strong 9 be 100 or 150?
Sure. Okay.
That's never been the case, but like, given what the 8 is, given what the 10 is, theoretically the 9s have a lot of space to live in. So yeah, to me, like,
so when someone comes to you though, and they're like, hey, this is what it's auctioned at, do you look at that and you're like, that's fair, or are you more on the side, like you said? I guess you're more on the side when you're selling, like you said. I guess you answered is you're gonna stick with the buy now and wait it out.
If I had mine listed for 25 still, say it was on my eBay, and they said, hey, I offer you 18 because one just sold for 17, I'll say, like, no thanks.
Okay, cool.
And then like, that's the end of it. It's, or buy that one. I can't. It's an auction that ended. Like, it doesn't really matter what I think. Like, yeah, that's a data point. I don't even know if it's paid or not. Like, maybe it wasn't even paid.
I don't check all that stuff.
Who knows? Like, so to me, it's just a data point. if I'm trying to buy it, I target the lower data points. If I'm trying to sell it, I target the higher data points.
Okay. You killed me, Dan. This guy, Dan, bro.
I mean, I tend to look to auctions first when I price things, because I not price to sell to get to Dan's point, but more just in my head, particularly for buying, also to Dan's point. But when I'm really trying to conservatively value something, I'm always very conservative with how I value things in my head. And I try to do that based off of auctions. I mean, anything can be shilled. I mean, buy it now, things are constantly shilled too. So I wouldn't think that like auctions are going to be more shilled. I think I like to look for a number of different data points, as many data points as I possibly can. Just as Dan said, that creates some sort of range. Items do not have one value, one specific market value. And then I tend to sell. I am not very, I do not sell things for very high. I tend to not be very stubborn. I tend to be more stubborn on buying, and more that I'm really looking for things low. And this is actually something I've never really said on this channel, but when I'm ready to sell something, it's because I think it's because I would like to sell it, and I have a place that I want to put the money. So I'm not looking. I generally just want to get like last solds, and usually often I actually am not selling through eBay. I'm selling in person or on Instagram or somewhere else. And so I'm basically just looking to avoid the fees and get about what I would if I probably were to best offer it and wait a little bit. I'm just looking to get off of it, get the money, put it into something. I feel like I feel like I can find really good deals. So from buying, I feel like if anything, I feel like my buying is sort of I know what, my skill of knowing what to look for. In selling, it is what it is. I'm just looking to get value and move on as quickly as possible. I'm not looking to overthink some ridiculous negotiation and try to make an extra 10, 20, 50, 100, 10%, 20%. The only way I do that is if the item is extremely rare and I don't really want to sell it. But that's only if someone comes to me and says, I want to buy that item from you. The stuff that I have at Collecticon or anywhere else, I'm just looking to move, and I'm going to give you a good deal. Both, it should be win-win. So I'm not, I sell things for lower than Dan often, I would say.
I tell people all the time, for instance, whenever I go to list stuff, if it's for sale, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check lowest listed on eBay. Say Dan has something listed for $49.99. I'm going to list it at $44.99. And, so
yeah,
I
Dan,
hear you.
Undercutter.
Okay.
You're destroying faith in the market.
You better check your listings every day, Dan, and go below me.
Dan and I have a little bit of a joke where I would never buy from Dan, and Dan would never sell to me. Because
I think that's the case for a lot of people.
Way too low, and Dan sells way too high.
I think that's a lot of the case for a lot. Bro, it's so hard to really buy from people that are in doing what Dan or what you, and it's hard to do that because everything,
I gave Dan good prices though. Dan, if you had bought, I sold that card for $100 more than I offered it.
You're talking about the PSA 8 that was a 10.
There were a few cards that I was willing to sell Dan at Collecticon that the next day I sold for 20, 30% higher.
Way overgraded copies.
I give good prices, but Dan's just so.
One of them I was going to use for a video to talk about how the financial guarantee is a scam. So I was going to lose all that money.
Ooh, that could have been content.
He was only willing to buy the cards to use as a video.
I don't buy graded cards. I sell graded cards.
Bro, hey, I tell people that, listen, bro, someone asked me that on when I was on someone's live. They asked me, and I said, bro, I know this sounds crazy, but so I own a complete Shadowless set. All the non-hollows are PSA 10. All the hollows are PSA 9. So other than that and the Arcanine stuff, because I was Arcanine and Blastoise was my favorite Pokemon. Other than that, I don't buy graded cards. And it's funny because I sell graded cards and I make tons of money off of graded cards, but I don't go out and buy graded cards, where it's kind of weird that it worked this way. But in the sports market, I don't know how long you've been looking at sports, Jake, but in 2019, I think maybe, or I think it was like 2019, maybe early 2020. Gary V was heavy on sports, right? Talking about sports.
Mhm.
I bought a Giannis Antetokounmpo rookie from 2013 Prism PSA 10, and I bought that card for $1,500. I ended up selling that card for $4,500. I bought a Devin Booker rookie PSA 10 for $100. I sold that card for $900. Like, I bought some Tatis, I bought some Patrick Mahomes rookies, and I sold those for significantly more. Now, those were graded, but I don't know if you can do that with Pokemon, for instance, because I don't know if people are familiar with sports and like the market, but sports is based off of performance and stuff like that. So like if someone's having an MVP type season, or they're on a championship winning team, or they get injured, and they, are out for the whole season, all that stuff affects card prices and the market. Versus where I tell people who are in the sports market, I'm like, you know why I like Pokemon? Because Pikachu can't break his ankle. Pikachu can't tear his Achilles, in his whole career. Like Zion Williamson, hasn't been playing really. I don't know if y'all watch sports, but he hasn't played a lot, and he got that mega deal. There's a lot of people who's bought a lot of his National Treasure stuff, $50,000, $60,000 of 101s and stuff with patches and stuff, and those are, we could call curating, scarcity basically. But at the end of the day, if he never performs and he doesn't become a top 10 player, or if he tears his Achilles, tomorrow and can't never play again, or is a Greg Oden or something like that, all that money's gone. Whereas Pokemon, it's not the same way. So like, I don't know why it's like, I mean, I guess I explained kind of why it's like, but it's just funny to me. But I've never bought graded cards really for Pokemon outside of like what I told you that I collected. But I don't know, like Dan was saying, I just don't buy graded cards, but I sell tons of them, and I always recommend people to grade. I tell people that all the time. Grade your cards.
I jokingly said I buy tons of graded cards, but it's only like in big lots to just immediately flip.
Nonsense when Dan said that.
Okay. I didn't know if he I know he's bought CGC cards to like to flip or to regrade or whatever. And obviously if you're buying them in lots, you're going to get them at a discounted price where you can make margins, but outside of that,
the two scenarios that I buy graded cards, one, if it's a big ill-advised lot that shouldn't have been all put together and I can buy it at a fraction, list them all individually and make a bunch of money. Yep. I've done that many, many times. I have a lot inbound right now that was on eBay, an auction that's similar to that. And the other time is when it's like a plus EV play. I bought hundreds of CGC 8 to 9.5s. Some of the 8s that I bought were like this and had a binder dent, and I'm just going to sell them. And then a bunch of them I'm going to crack and get higher numbers at PSA, because generally speaking, they grade easier at the higher end. So yeah, I mean, those are the two main types of graded cards I buy.
Sure.
But Jake years ago was buying tons of $10, $20 cards that are hundreds, or if not a couple thousand.
Yeah, that was pre-boom though, right? So like if you were doing that, I guess pre-boom, it all worked out. But leading up to that, if the boom didn't happen, would that have worked out the same way? I don't know.
There will be cards going at auction this year, next year, and the following years that will 10x, 100x in the next 5 or 10 years. Like there will be some. How many will it be? What super niche things will it be?
Yeah, 10x, I agree.
There will be some stupid, crazy, obscure. I mean, there will be something.
Sure.
In a market so huge, to say that one card won't do it is, I mean, one won't, but
I feel pretty confident that a card will not 100x in Pokemon. Let's make a bet. In 5 years,
that no given card will 100x.
10.
No
card. No. 10, I agree. 100.
100 is hard to get to.
Yeah, I'll take the 100 bet.
Greninja Gold Stars are doing it right now. You just put it in a PSA slab with a 10 on it, and it goes from $1 to 100.
Oh, brother.
100x.
Here we go, brother. And by the way, I'm not actually, bro. Did you? All right. So all the Greninja Gold Stars you have, did you pull those yourself, or like, from opening anything, or did you just buy them off people? Because the ones that I have, bro, I open, a lot of them have like slight scratch, print line, a bad corner, or something like that. And actually, I have about 20. I'm not sending any because I don't think they'll grade 10s.
They're very hard. Like I've looked at 100 to 200, and a lot of them are rough.
So how much? Okay, so now we talk about, always, oh, how many are going to come back 10s, and that's going to push down the price. If they are actually difficult to grade, obviously it's still a modern card. There's probably still going to be a lot of them. But if it is difficult to grade, maybe they never get down to $50. Maybe they hover at 80 or 90.
I'll be selling them low list on eBay forever. So
I hear you. I don't disagree. As soon as you get them, bro,
that's my play on them regardless.
I hear you. I try to tell people, one of the things that I made a play on was the Rayquaza promo from the 3-pack blisters from Rebel Clash. I opened up a ton of those, and I sold some of those in 10s for 150, for 130, and even the Umbreon from Evolving Skies, even the Gengar from the pin collection from Champions Path pin collection, the trainer thing. I think that those, Gengar, Umbreon, they're popular Pokemon. They can pull a decent amount of money in a 10, even though it's a modern card. I don't know how like y'all look at that, but also another thing that I found, this happened to me the other day. A guy messaged me, right? I have a Dark Gold Up from Team Rocket Returns reverse PSA 9 listed on eBay for 140. He messages me. He says, "Hey, I want to buy it for 120. Are you willing to budge on your price?" And then I go check the listings, because I always check to see what's listed before I make any decisions on stuff. There's one listed for $99.99. So I'm a good person. So I text, write them back, and I'm like, "Hey, there's one listed for $9.99, bro. Like, you could go buy that one, and you're probably gonna make save more money than what I can drop my price from 140. So just go buy that one for 100." And he said, "Well, actually, I messaged the guy, and he never messaged me back. So I'm waiting for him to message me back. But we'll see what happens with that." And I told him, "Well, it's $100, bro. You should just go buy it." And then he responded and said, "Hey, to be honest with you, I'm more happy that you messaged me back and communicated with me. So I'm willing to spend a little bit of extra money to buy your card versus buying someone else's card at a cheaper price, just because you went that extra mile of talking to me and communicating with me." I thought that was fascinating. I thought that was amazing.
What an incredible fool.
I just thought that was amazing.
Yours might have been a stronger copy too.
Yeah.
Like that could be a case of someone buying the card actually too. Like I don't really know. You'd have to. But
he was probably the other guy, and he wanted to raise his price.
Could be it.
Yeah, y'all are sick, man. Y'all are funny.
You never know. I looked in Greninja Gold Star's PSA 10 rate right now is like
120.
20%.
Don't do things like that. People are greedy, and it's all about money. So
Right.
There's got to be some explanation.
Sure. What'd you say Greninja Gold Stars are at? How much? 120, 125?
They're going for under 100 in auction right now, but the PSA 10 pop is 174. About 20% of them graded are 10. So the 10 rate is low relative to other things.
I mean, we've seen what a low, obviously I'm not comparing it, but I'm saying we've seen what a low rate Charizard from Evolutions does. Now, obviously it's not going to get to that. I'm just saying, and it's not Charizard, and it's not Evolutions, and it's not a reprint of base set. But I mean, I don't know. I just, maybe those cards are hard to grade, and maybe, maybe they're at the right price right now. Who knows? I don't know. Interesting take. I know a lot of people, the first thing everybody jumps to is like, oh, there's going to be tons of supply. It's going to get graded a lot because it's a modern card. It's going to have tons of pop. It's going to come back. But back to like what that guy was saying with sports, like there's a time when pop really matters, and there's a time when I feel like pop doesn't matter at all. Because like he said, all them trainers didn't have any pop. And for sports people specifically, they look at pop reports and they're like, man, low pop, this card's got to be worth a lot. Like, it's got to be scarce. It's 2013. They didn't print a lot of stuff and stuff like that. It's a low pop, but for Pokemon, it's not really that. It's that the stuff was mass produced and printed tons, but no one was grading it because of the pricing, and you couldn't really make money off of it back in the day. So there's none in the, so that's what I'm saying. Like, there's people who come from different markets and come and look at the pop reports, and there's time, like I said, where pop reports definitely matter. And then there's also times when pop reports don't really matter at all, because like you said, Jake said there could be tons that come into that. Like you said, that y'all could have some people that y'all know that could flood that market if y'all graded them. So I don't know. I think that's interesting that people look at pop reports like that from sports. I always thought, like I said, bro, Zion, if you look up the Zion pop report, Zion PSA 10 rookie has probably, I don't know, PSA 10 wise, probably 30, 40,000 now. That's just insane to me.
I think it's often much safer just to simplify things and say, okay, selling for $100, I think this is going to 10x. Probably won't hold at $100 unless demand 10x's.
Sure.
Like, and even if it stays the same ratio, that ratio exists right now. So that ratio has existed in the current. So now you could say it's not going to 10x in supply because there's just not, even though there's so many cards out there, there's just not going to be enough that grade a 10. So it's not going to provide the incentive. Just like people are going to be looking through them, thinking they're going to send, and then they're not going to send because there's only going to be like one that is worthy out of 100 or whatever. Like, sure. Like, you can factor all that in. I agree with that. But, people are just going to keep getting burned by this until they realize that, like, you just can't outsmart supply and demand. I mean, it is what it is. So, yeah.
If you crack a card out of its case and it loses 50% of its value or more,
Yeah.
and that's a lot of cards, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. The cards that Jake buys at auctions, he's buying them a lot of times for cheaper than he can buy them raw, similar condition.
Yeah, it's insane.
And
I mean, I hate $2 card selling for $100 in plastic. Awful. Like, it would have to be such a special situation for me to. And I don't know if there could be ever a situation.
You're talking about for you to buy it though.
Yeah, no, where I think the market will be able to hold that.
Like, no, yeah, I agree.
And that's so much of what's in slabs.
Yeah, for sure. But
not at that percentage. That's a rare case. That's one of the worst ones. That might be the worst one in the whole hobby.
I'm saying the 50% thing. Like
50%, yeah. But 50%, I don't really agree with you on as much, Dan, because I think that
a lot of WotC first editions, like,
it's the cheapest way to get a 10 is just buy the 10. Like, people overstate like how just it's cheaper. If you want a 10, it's cheaper to like buy raw cards and try to grade the 10. Usually not the case. I mean, it's going to definitely depend on the card, obviously, on the gem rate and your modern stuff. If you can go on to TCG Player and buy 20 for the price of the PSA 10, go buy 20 on TCG Player. You're going to hit the 10. But if you're buying one and a half, then it becomes more like, well, probably just buy the 10.
I mean, vintage, I 100% agree with you. Like, you should definitely be buying the 10 of vintage, even non-hollows, bro. Like, non-hollows from certain sets, first editions. Like, even if it's a non-hollow first edition from like Neo Destiny or something like that. Like, Jim Mintz talked about it. See, I know you might not disagree, Dan, but I mean, you might disagree, but Jim Mint has graded tons of that where he's trying to complete some of his sets, and he's like, I just graded all this stuff. And I didn't even hit 10s for cards I need. Sure, I got doubles of 10s that I have, and I could sell those. But, like, he didn't even hit 10s of cards he need. So, for me, for vintage, I agree. Like, I think it's better to buy the 10, than trying to search for that raw card if you're doing it for personal collection. Like, obviously, if you're trying to resell and make money, then you obviously want to be looking for raw cards because that's where you're going to make the most money. But for modern, I totally agree. Modern, I still can't get my head around it why people buy, Moonbryon for 600 or 750 or whatever it sells for, because there's definitely probably plenty out there. If you search through 100 of them, you're going to find probably 25, 30, maybe 40 that have great centering that are probably going to grade a 10. And you can get those at $300 instead of $600 for a PSA graded card. And the PSA grading process, obviously I've been doing it, isn't really that hard. So
yeah, I mean, the numbers on that, like if you can sell the 9 at 300, and then if you're buying the raw card at 300, you can sell the 9 at 300. If you get a 10 and it has a 70% 10 rate right now for the ones that are being sent in, that's just like the reason people aren't doing that is either they're uncomfortable with grading.
Exactly.
They don't want to take that step. And I'm sure there are a lot of people like that.
100%.
Or just collectors and they want it right away and they're not thinking about the speculative investment, whatever. So what I do want to do, because I do want to end fairly soon.
You're good. Yeah.
We'll have questions in the chat. We can do a little rapid fire questions if there are any questions. I know we haven't answered really questions all night from the chat. So if you guys do want to ask some questions, feel free to. If you guys see a question that's already been asked that you want to answer, let's do that for maybe another 15-ish minutes, and then we'll call it a night.
Dan, real quick, are you did you send that Charizard off to grade that you pulled already or no?
Yeah, it went out for 50.
I thought so.
If
it grades a 10, you're selling it, right?
I'm probably gonna keep it. I don't know.
No. At a 10, you're gonna keep it?
It probably won't grade a 10.
Okay.
But
what do you think it's gonna grade, honest?
Oh, it's a 9. It's a 9
Okay.
plus.
Why? Centering or what?
No, it's clean. I mean, I've graded 3 or 4 unlimited 10s of that card, and this is the strongest one I've ever pulled.
I've graded 2, so I mean, it's not an easy card to grade for sure. But I was just curious because people talk about pop control too and whether they control that or not. But yeah,
Yeah.
Danny asks, why do rip and ship people not have to charge customers sale tax when they buy their product tax exempt? Thoughts
I
on that?
have no idea about what is ripping. Is that like breakers?
Like on Whatnot.
Not have to charge customers sale tax when they. I have no idea. I didn't know that was a thing.
I have no idea.
Whatnot does charge sales
Yeah, I was
tax.
gonna say when you buy on Whatnot, they charge you shipping and sales tax. I thought, but
Yeah.
I have no idea though. I just know that, but I have no idea about like rip and ship and other breaking companies and what other break companies do and if they are charging or not. So
Yeah, I mean, like a PokeRev or like these people, I assume that they collect sales tax from the people that are they may not say it, but they're doing it. So they may not it may just be included in the price, but like legally they're supposed to collect.
yeah, I was gonna say they definitely should be, especially especially a PokeRev doing the amount that he does.
That's why selling on eBay, like just to cover like a little mini rant thing, a lot of people want to, hey, can you cut 10% off and I buy it on PayPal? When I sell something on eBay, eBay handles all that paperwork. And if you're in Wisconsin, they charge you whatever the hell that sales tax rate is. If you're in New York, I don't have to do anything. I don't have to, it's just done. And I don't even touch the money. eBay collects it and remits it. If I sell through PayPal, if I sell at a convention, I've got to have that specific registration with that specific jurisdiction. Selling through these platforms that do all that is awesome. And there's just not much incentive to go off.
Is it true that
100%
Toxic
agree.
is more available than some of the Team Rocket EX era sealed sets?
I mean, I would definitely say 100%. There's definitely a ton of more WotC like fossil and jungle stuff. Is he asking about sealed boxes and sealed packs? 100%. Even base set, yeah. I mean, Team Rocket is definitely a lower printed and scarcer. I mean, even if you go down to Diamond and Pearl, I think Diamond and Pearl might even be more scarce than EX maybe. So just because of low times in Pokemon and that's why you look and you see Majestic Dawn. There's like 2 available on eBay and they're listed for like 9K or 10K. I don't know if y'all want to answer that.
I would think EX Team Rocket Returns is less printed than like E-Series, which is the least printed WotC. I mean, that's a guess, but the obvious side of that is EX Team Rocket Returns is printed way less than base through Rocket, at least I could say confidently.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, if I had to, I'm going to order them all. All right, if I have to order. Am I doing unlimited or first edition? That makes more difference. All right, let's do first edition where applicable. All right, the most is Rocket of any set, I think. Then I'm going to say Fossil. Then I'm going to say Jungle. Then I'm going to say Gym Hero. Then I'm going to say Gym Challenge. Then I'm going to say the Neos are tough. I'm not sure.
Neos are tough.
I'm not sure which one I would pick. I actually think I might pick Neo Rev first. I've seen the most of those, but it's slight. I would put them all about the same. Then I'm going to say Neo Destiny. Then I'm going to say Neo Gen. Then I'm going to say Neo Discovery is actually the least.
I was going to say, I think Neo Discovery is the least printed.
Yeah. But it's like, it's negligible.
Obviously, yeah, for sure.
In my mind.
For sure.
Then it's, let's see, probably, yeah, I don't know. Do you think that everyone says Skyrage is less, but I'm not sure.
I think Aquapolis might be printed less than Skyrage because I feel like I see way more Skyrage, but
yeah, I would say Expedition definitely more than the others, and then
I would agree with that.
Skyrage and then Aquapolis. Also, it's the singles that I've seen, but who knows?
That's what I'm basing it off of too. Like I'm thinking about singles and stuff.
See, I bought and opened 3 Aquapolis boxes, and I only bought and opened 1 Expedition and 1 Skyridge. So
definitely less.
There's definitely 3 times more Aquapolis than Skyridge and Expedition.
But yeah, everything else you guys said is what I've seen. There might be like when we talk about like Fire Red Leaf Green compared to like Skyridge or Aquapolis, like there might be more Fire Leaf, like Power Cube, like some of the more ones, but like there's not a lot of any of these things.
Yeah.
Okay. Going to the Nationals this weekend. Is it is it worth bringing inventory I don't want and trying to trade for a PC card, or do dealers rip you off? So I've never been to the Nationals before. This will be my first time. So we're bringing inventory I don't want and trying to trade for a PC card. Yeah, there's definitely be a ton of trading. People are definitely going to be down to trade in and out of things. It really depends on what you have. Often people, if they're going to trade down, they're going to want like super liquid stuff. They're going to want to trade you like a large value, not very liquid item for like a number of smaller, more liquid things. You just have to think common sense wise, like, how would this dealer do this? They're trying to sell and make money.
Mhm.
They're not looking to like, I mean, on occasion you may have a card that they're looking for their private collection. That can happen. But generally speaking, you're either going to need to like give them more money. You're going to have to, they're going to win the trade financially, or you're going to have to increase their liquidity.
Yeah,
It's like one or the other.
they don't pay for their booth by trading $100 for $100. That's not.
But you can also like trade and sell to people who at the hotels and other. I think there'll be options. Not again, it's my first experience at the Nationals, but I'm hoping that I'm going to have options to kind of meet people and sell a little bit and trade, and so that's what I would say. I think it's worth bringing some stuff probably. I don't know if you guys have anything to add or any experience that would give you any insight.
I've never been to the National, but
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong. This is the first National prior to COVID and stuff, right?
The last National was in Chicago, I think. I forget how long ago it was.
Yeah, so I don't know if that was pre-COVID or not.
Didn't they do National last year? Or did they cancel? I thought
I think they did it right through.
Did they?
Yeah,
Not in 2020.
I don't remember if they did or not. But
I think they did it last year, and it was Chicago. That's my recollection.
But like you said, it's always worth bringing inventory because you don't know, you don't want to not bring inventory and then, find out you could have traded some stuff, or especially if it's stuff that you don't want or you're trying to get rid of, you might as well try to get rid of it there. That's one of the biggest, if not the biggest venues that you can go to. And then our dealers trying to rip you off. I don't think they're trying to rip you off, but they're trying to make money, like Dan said. So, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're in it for a certain price and you're comfortable with what they offer you, I mean, and it's stuff you don't want, and you could possibly trade up or, move it into something else while you're there, because they're going to have tons of inventory at every booth. I think it's worth it.
2021, it was in Chicago.
Okay. I didn't remember or not. I mean, I've never been to the National, so.
Ben Berba says, what do you consider a safe buy in this market, or is there such a thing as a safe buy?
I mean,
to the moon. It's all safe. We can only
the safest thing, the only guarantee, and I will say the guarantee, the G word, if you pay down high interest debt, you are guaranteed to get a return. If you have 25% credit card debt, you are guaranteed to get a 25% return paying that off.
We're getting into finance dad territory now.
Yeah. That is the safest, right? I mean, that's guaranteed.
Yeah.
I bonds are pretty high. That's a fixed rate. It is tied to the dollar surviving. The dollar might not survive. I like WotC first edition hollows. A lot of them graded in auctions. I don't think it's super safe. It's safer than these in PSA 10. It's safer than less safe things, but yeah, I mean,
I
it's
think
all a spectrum.
WotC hollows are less safe than a lot of first edition jungle, fossil, some of the other sets. I'm going to throw that out there. I actually think that there's better value and lower risk in some.
Say it again.
Sets. I think there's lower risk in other first edition WotC hollow sets outside of first edition base.
Oh, like Neo. Oh yeah, I have.
I just want to go lower risk. I'm looking at buying like CGC 8.5s for like $30, which is what I've been buying. Like some hollows. Like that feels like lower risk than paying like $500 for like a PSA 9 first edition WotC hollow, even a base set hollow, even if the base set hollow might have higher upside and might end up being a better buy in the long run. I don't know the answer, but in terms of like
safe buy,
safer, yeah. I think Pokemon would have to like die for that card to go back down to like $5. Like, I mean, when we're talking like, yeah,
I don't think anything you can say for sure, like in collectible space, is a safe buy. But obviously, then you look at like you said, risk tolerance and stuff like that. But I mean, I think it's way safer to buy right now than it was during the high. I'll say that. So I mean, if you want to look at it like that, it's definitely better to buy now. So
Yeah, I would take on debt. And then because particularly if you can get those like 23%, 25% credit cards, because it'll motivate you.
yeah, oh my God, bro. Y'all kill me, bro.
That's what Dave Ramsey said. I heard him saying that taking high debt, it'll motivate you to work really hard and to like flip a lot and make a lot of money. Make you make really good decisions. Okay. John Doe, what one modern sealed product would you choose to fill your bathroom with?
What's modern? My bad. Are we talking like Sun and Moon or Sword and Shield? Like that's I don't know. What happened?
Whatever you feel like answering.
I mean, if we're talking Sun and Moon, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I guess tag team. I don't know. Obviously, not at the prices that they're at now, but if you could have got in early, if you're talking Sword and Shield, obvious answer is going to be Evolving Skies, right? But
well, we know what Dan is doing actively. He's filling his bathroom with UFO.
UFO.
Oh my God!
Didn't say Pokemon. You got to specify Pokemon with Dan.
I was gonna say UFO.
He did say modern sealed product. So
yeah, I saw a little smirk. You were just waiting for me. What modern sealed product would I fill a bathroom with?
He also didn't say specifically like booster boxes, so I guess you could say, other stuff like UPCs.
Gold Star Greninjas.
Oh my God, bro! Here we go. Here we go.
Real life UFO and Gold Star Greninjas is Dan's real life. I mean
that should do good, like in Rudy's bathroom. UFOs and Gold Star Greninjas. Those will definitely be great.
I wish we lived near to each other because I want to like do a mass UFO box opening with you in person. That's what I really want to do.
Nick's coming to visit at some point in early August.
Actually, I have to travel for my work probably now, so maybe if I ever come to your area, I'll let you know.
Definitely let me know.
I just wish you lived closer to the city. You're you live just as far from the city as I live already from Boston. That's very.
New York, when I say New York, people think near the city. I'm 4.5 hours from the city.
You in the country, huh?
New York is huge.
Yeah, I'm in massive right now, and I'm just as far from Dan as I am from my.
If you drive from the tip of Long Island up to Potsdam or over to Buffalo, you can drive for 8 hours and not leave. Well, probably 6 or 7 and not leave New York.
How confident are you that PSA will stick to their suggested timeframes?
I mean, y'all could go ahead if y'all. I mean, I know me and Dan are probably agreeing on this. That 150, they're not sticking by that. It's gonna go over that, I would think.
July 31st is a Sunday. I'm going to enter cards up until midnight, and I'm gonna have a submission ready, and I'm gonna ship it out August 1st on Monday. I think there's a 10% chance I get that back in under 150 days.
Yeah, I would say definitely low. Because we don't know how much is being sent. We're not taking into account non-TCGs, sports, MetaZoo stuff, Dragon Ball Super stuff, Yu-Gi-Oh! It's going to be tons of stuff. So I would agree with you. Very low percentage. Just be prepared.
Generally speaking, people disagree with me that I talk about. A lot more people are more confident. So, I mean, that's great. I hope I get it back in under 150. I don't see how the numbers work. I need my November back. Maybe I don't get my November 2020 back. And maybe they hit the 150.
I always do that though, just so I'm not upset, or if they meet the date, I'm gonna be super excited. But with my low expectations, I can't be upset. Then I've already plugged in my brain. This is gonna take a long time.
I'd rather be pleasantly surprised too.
Absolutely.
Are you tempted to buy DBS signature rares yet? Those are the cards that I want from DBS, and I wish I had bought them a long time ago. No, not at these prices, honestly.
I mean, yeah, they're still pretty expensive. I actually got into that game when it was first, started off with Galactic Battle, and I played it all the way up to the 7th set, which I think is Universal Onslaught. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the set that they introduced the signature cards. No, my bad. Tournament of Power, I think was, right?
I think from the beginning.
Something like that. But the best thing that I ever did with DBS is that I bought a tournament power box for $120 off of TCG Player.
Mhm.
I sold it during the high for $5,400.
Yeah, it's a good one. What is the average time it takes for you to make back your initial investment in a new collection you pick up? Interesting.
I mean, yeah, go ahead, Dan.
It can vary a ton. I've done it in a day.
Yep.
I've bought a collection of 20 cards, and I've sold the 4 or 5 biggest the next day to get my money back on really, really good buys. And I've had some that I'm gonna double or triple my money over 10 years. Like I buy some collections for $1,000 that I don't even send them for grading for 6 months or a year, or I don't even start selling them for months to years. So everywhere in between. Average time, maybe I look to do it in a few months, ideally, if not sooner. It's so variable. Either you have any rule of thumb you shoot for, or
I don't have a rule of thumb. It depends on the collection. It depends on what you're buying, whether it's sealed, whether it's graded, whether it's raw. If it's raw, like you said, I mean, it could be something that you buy and it takes over a year. I mean, because you need to grade the cards. Because my rule always with buying raw stuff, I'm not selling. Just my opinion. I'm just not gonna sell stuff that I know is 9, 10 potential. I'm never gonna sell that raw, even 8 potential, because the 8 could be a 9 on a good day at PSA. So I'm just never going to sell that. So if I get a good collection like that, I'm going to make sure I take my time and I have a lot of patience. And I think patience definitely pays off for you in the long term. But like Dan said, you can also buy a collection where you turn around and sell a good chunk of it, or you could sell even, a small of the heavy hitters in it and make your money back instantly. It just depends on what the collection contains and what you're buying.
Yeah, I don't have any rules, so everything is sort of like, every situation is different. I have things that I tend to do, which is like, if I can get my money out of it and still keep like the best things, I do tend to do that when I have that option. But there are times when I've chosen not to, because I still think it's way undervalued, and I've actually just kept buying more and doubled down or tripled down my risk. So
sure,
it just is what, So, but like, and then the time frame of that can be anything. So to answer this question, like and just as you guys said, it every collection I buy or every card I buy has a different sort of, whether it's a price point I'm looking for, but generally speaking, I don't really function that way. It's more of a price point base versus the overall health of the market, I think is how I think of it. So like there's the overall where the market is, and then there's where I think this card is relative to where I think it should be compared to the market. So there are times where I'll hold things because I think a card is undervalued within the current market. And then there are times when I think that card is overvalued within the current market, but the market's kind of down. And then it's kind of like, well, now is an interesting, like, I saw should I not, like, generally I will, and then I'll put it into something, else. And then there's the times this year or last year when it was like I had stuff that I thought was undervalued within the current market, but the market was so insanely overvalued that I just sold it anyway. I sold so many things anyway. So it's there's a lot of factors. That's a great question.
I like what you said, though. There's no rules to when you're buying a collection. I really like that because
there's no exact rules. People say things like, should I sell when I double my money, or is there like a certain time that you wait to sell something, or is there a certain, I think I've heard S. and Pratt say like he like has a dollar amount in mind when he buys something that he'll eventually sell it to. Sure. I heard him say that once. I don't think I really ever do that. It's all relative to the market and the current strength of the market and where I think it should be at. Now, do I have like projections in my head? Sure. Like I have ideas of like, I'm hoping this feels like a potential trajectory over the next 3 to 5 years that it will hit this price point, but it's not so much like it might hit that price point and I might hold on to it because I think it's like, I think that demand has really exploded for good in the hobby, and I still think it's undervalued. I'll do that sort of thing too.
Yeah. If there were formulas or rules that people were following and generally worked, they'd stop working, because then people would just like shortcut just before, you know what I'm saying? Like, it would be great if you could just write a crib sheet and you could just have like a cheat sheet of rules to do. But so much of it is just governed by feel and constantly changing. It's dynamic. It's not an answer people want to hear.
It's feel and constant math. You're constantly doing math. It's all like people think, like when people say it's intuition and feel, like what you're actually doing is you're doing math problems constantly in your head, and you're trying, but there's a lot of speculation and probability. So you're actually doing like Keynes, like Bayesian theory, really, symbolic logic and probability stuff. Because you're doing an equation in your head, but you're filling that equation in with sort of your own subjective opinions or educated guesses or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Ideally, some people probably aren't doing any equations. But I think push comes to shove, most people are actually to some degree. Even if it's simple math, it's mostly simple math. All right. Cam says, I'm guessing it was probably
he got wrecked by PWCC CGC thing. He netted $64 on cards he could have sold raw for $500. He did the whole CGC PWCC partnership thing.
What? I don't know what that is. What is that?
You can send raw cards to PWCC, and they send them to CGC, who sends them back to PWCC, who auctions them.
Oh,
I have an ongoing experiment with, I think I sent 25 cards. I think I need to do the follow-up video because I think they've all been sold, but I'm not positive. I need to look at that.
I didn't even know that was a thing. I mean, that sounds like a process, though. Woof.
I've been enjoying your lives, Cam, with Z. Keep it up over there. Those have been great. Hopefully I get to meet you guys actually in person eventually at one of these things. I know you guys are going to Long Beach and not Denver, which is lame, but
very lame.
Terrible choice. Christian Diaz says, so if PSA meets the 150-day turnaround, what does that mean to the collectibles market as a whole? Lower demand, higher grading capacity, both. Could be either. Yeah. You sort of got it. Yeah, it's just an equation. And it kind of goes to what I was trying to say earlier, that like PSA knows what their like amount of people they have hired and has an estimation probably on how fast they can get through cards, but they don't know how many people are going to send in cards or how many cards are going to be sent in. And I thought it was an interesting point someone made that Nathan thinks that it's less about, like, it's not so much about that they're in a good position, PSA, with the backlog. It's more that they're trying to squash CGC. It's an interesting idea.
Which I don't think you squash CGC by making your turnaround time go over a year again.
Yeah.
Could just be me, but...
Oh, we had someone who wanted to come on. Parker, do you want to come on? Come back if you want to. Shoot a message. No pressure, though. We are sort of winding down, but happy to have you on. Come on for a second if you'd like, or come on the next time.
Oh yeah, I see in the private chat.
Yeah, I didn't know if he wanted to come on or what. He was just popping in, and I don't know. I didn't know.
So we are through the no, maybe we're not. Let's see. Are we through all the questions? I think we are. Perfect. All right, Parker. Last call.
Dan, so are you going live now once a week?
Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with that, either Wednesday or Thursday, depending on the week.
Dan's going live right now.
Yeah, putting your sub in.
Yeah.
Later.
This week is going to be cracking more slabs, getting more cards ready, just chatting about the whole grading situation.
Yep.
All right.
Somebody did ask, how low can Brilliant Stars or Evolving Skies go?
Realistically, or
like,
I think, oh gosh, yeah. What do you guys think?
I don't know. Realistically, I think Evolving Skies, depending on this reprint or whatever, restock or whatever is coming, I don't know if it's coming, but I don't know. Maybe Evolving Skies can get to 125, maybe 130. I've already seen people selling at like 140. 145. So if the restock or reprint comes in and other people start undercutting, it's very reasonable that it comes down to 120, 125, I think. And then maybe Brilliant Stars drifts a little bit below that. I don't know, maybe 110, 115. I don't know.
I mean, this is one reprint wave. It could be printed again for another year at least. Sure. Long term, like in the next year or two, I could see both being available for $84.99 shipped on eBay. If $79.99 shipped on eBay, do I think it'll get there? Honestly, maybe. Like we have no idea how big of a print run they just ordered, True. But it is a way better set than Battle Styles and Chilling Reign and Fusion Strike. But if they print enough, it can get there. Especially if the economy keeps going down from here. And so its low will be anywhere between $79.99 and $119.99, I think. I'd be surprised if it never went sub 100, honestly, like over the next year.
Really?
I'd be very surprised.
That's an interesting take. I don't think it'll go sub 100, but
6 months ago, I would have said I'd be shocked if it does go sub 100, but just like what's happened in the past 6 months, I'm feeling more confident it will get to sub 100.
Sure.
I don't think it's going to get sub 100.
I don't think so either, but maybe he's right. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, my price is 120, maybe low 115 for Evolving Skies, but people are just going to eat that up if it gets to that certain point. I feel like because then you crack a case, you're trying to pull an alt art. You could probably pull an alt art, and grade it. I don't know, bro. If for cause and all that stuff's holding value.
I think they won't largely.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Dan's right. Like, I mean, they could crash it. They could crash it down to $5 if they wanted. If they were just like, we're only gonna print this set for the next 2 years.
No new releases. It's all Evolving Skies.
Evolving Skies could become Roaring Skies.
That would be quite an experience if Pokemon just decided this is the set we're gonna do for the next 3 years. In the long run, it could fall real low though. Like there's this weird idea that like Pokemon's bulletproof and that all sets in 10 to 15, 20 years will be a lot more expensive. That is not true. That doesn't exist. Pokemon's not bulletproof. So,
look at every set that's been released though. They're all up.
Exactly. They're all up, Jake.
Stop,
Jake, you
bro.
don't understand the data. You just don't get the data.
Stop, bro. Y'all are something else, man.
You have feelings. You have emotions. I have data.
That's right.
Y'all are something else, man.
Yeah, but they don't like the $10 sports car, the baseball sets and the football sets and all the things from the 80s and 90s, or all the DVDs, all the hillside. And then they say sports has nothing to do with Pokemon.
Sports, yuck.
It's like, yeah, but people don't get that it does not matter how popular something is if they print too much. So, and people completely misunderstood. Like I was saying, people who normally kind of get the arguments. When I was talking, I think I went on NN and saw the Nama stream, and I was talking about like those booster boxes from the 80s and 90s, and people were like, I don't think it makes sense to compare Pokemon to sports. It's like we're talking about supply and demand. It could be anything. We can compare water to sports. Like it's all the exact same thing. It's literally just supply and demand. So no matter what, any market is supply and demand. So you can compare anything. Now, the fundamentals of like how much demand there's going to be is going to depend on the market. There's obviously markets that are likely going to have a lot more demand for the next 10, 20, 30 years, like Pokemon. Pokemon's very likely going to have really good demand. So
is that why you I'm just curious, bro. I've never opened MetaZoo. I'm personally not a big fan of it, but supposedly they control print runs. They don't print, tons of stuff. But I mean, do you
right there?
Do you like the fact that that supposedly don't print tons of stuff? Do you think that has like some type of benefit? Or
I'm hearing that they print way too much now. I think a lot of people are mad they're printing 100,000 UFO boxes and they think it should be less.
Do they talk about their numbers? Like they release numbers like that?
I like that they disclose them.
I didn't know that. That's cool. Where do they disclose that? Like their website or what?
Most of what they do is like in Discord. So I think they announce official print runs in Discord.
That's interesting.
I want to say one other thing. Sorry, I'm completely changing the subject off MetaZoo because I don't want to talk about it. But I am stunned by how people who I'm a little bit stunned by people who have made these YouTube videos, including Rudy's that I responded to, about how 9 billion cars can't possibly matter. I'm a little bit stunned about just the lack of simplistic, it's supply and demand, guys. Nobody knows if this is too much supply, and anyone telling you that it isn't enough, that you don't know until after. I just don't get it. Do you get it, Dan? How people can, because I think if Dan comes out and says it's too much supply, I also disagree. We don't know, right? And Dan hasn't necessarily said, I think you've leaned into that or your worries.
No, I haven't said that at all. All I said was objective fact. If you stack them end to end, they go to the moon and back.
Oh my God.
I think I said something about how I was surprised. Evolving Skies is still 150 plus. Brilliant Stars is still sold out. But then there are some sets that were, Battle Styles was printed too much in some ways.
It's just amazing to me how people are willing to have strong opinions based on nothing. You have no idea if we are in if it's been too much supply or not. We have no idea yet. You don't know it doesn't happen until they continue to reprint. We get a few more years of the 9 billion. We just don't know now. Signs are pointing not super negatively at all. Signs so far are pointing really good. The booster box prices are strong. Things are in good shape. It's not like there isn't signs that we're in a disaster or anything like that yet. But the same exact thing happened in sports. They were saying the same exact thing, and then all of a sudden the demand retraced. And it was when the demand retraced, and when there was just more and more of those sealed boxes. And what happened in sports in the junk wax era is part of what happened and why they printed so much is people were investing and keeping it sealed and keeping it and hoarding it because they all thought they were going to retire on it. Okay. So if you don't know that era, go learn about that era, actually, not just what people on YouTube say, and junk wax, stupid, doesn't actually exist. No, it was real. And everyone had that idea that they were all going to get rich like the people before them. The exact same mindset that
Beanie Babies too.
Sure. Yeah.
But
it doesn't mean that Pokemon has to die. Just like sports didn't have to die for that product to become worthless. There's a misunderstanding of of how supply can tank anything, no matter how much demand. Pokemon could have massive demand, just as Dan said. People here in the chat say, I don't mean to pick on it, but it's saying Evolving Skies is too good of a set to ever get that low. No, it's about supply.
If you printed 1 billion Moonbreons, and just put them out every guaranteed pack hit. If you put them in every product for the next decade, that card is beautiful and it's awesome and it's amazing. It would be 50 cents or 10 cents. But Ancient Mew is still $25, and they probably only printed 2 million of it or something. If they printed 50 million, if they printed more than they did on base unlimited Charmanders, it could be
I'm just amazed by the lack of humility in people, that they come online and they say things it's definitely not too much, not too much, or it's what is going on in your brain that you think that you have an understanding that you understand how much 9 billion is, and then you know exactly how much demand there's going to be in this hobby over the next 3 years. What makes you think that you somehow know that isn't going to be enough? Now, to come out and say like Mason's video, I don't know, just his opinions about he thinks it's probably not enough. You can come out and give opinions, that's fine, as long as they're opinions. But it's the I don't know. It drives me a little crazy. And going back to what you said, a little bit earlier, Pokemon Gym here, that's the stuff that drives me nuts, because when people talk very confidently, people believe them. I see people, it's This is a random dude online who, even if they've been in Pokemon for 15 years, has zero clue if this is going to be enough or not enough. And the only clues we have so far are the current booster box prices not tanking yet. But the same thing happened in sports. They held up for 6-7 years until they realized that they were overprinted, because it was only when people tried to sell them finally, realized their gains, and there was no one left to actually buy them at the end, that it became very clear, and that enough time passed so that enough got opened. This is one of the keys. Enough got opened so the singles market got flooded with these sets, which then tanked the price, and then all the people wanted to get off the product, and that tanked it further. So again, not saying that will definitely happen, but it's like you need like we're not going to know for years until these sets enough of gets open and all these types of things. So it's important for people to understand.
Something I thought that was interesting that you said, though, is that, when people come out and make these videos, or like totally like, I guess it's like so simple when Rudy's like, it doesn't matter. So just curious. I just want to know what you think, because obviously I watched the video you made about Rudy, and sure, his numbers weren't very accurate with, packs, and it doesn't have 15 cards and stuff like that. But why would he come out and make a video like that? Just for content, or like why would he say that? Because the only reason why I take a lot of stuff that Rudy says, like that I like, is because Rudy's been through a lot of stuff, and Rudy's seen a lot of the bad, and he's seen a ton of the good. And he's also been in positions where people told him, don't buy this, you're an idiot. And then he's bought it, and he looks like a genius. And then he'll also tell
he's also bought a lot of Magic product that hasn't moved up. And if he had put that in the stock market, he would have made much, much more money. In fact,
I agree. Yeah, just like he talks about with like he has tons of the AFR collector boxes that he bought for like 140 or 150. I think he bought, or 160 maybe, or even when he bought Flesh and Blood cases of Monarch, and he was buying them for 800 a case, and they're like 150 or 125 a box now, or something like that. And
also, like, he might be doing it in the golden era of cards right now, and
he could very well be.
That the next 10 years cards are going to be as popular, have the same type of growth as it had in the last 10 years. Now it might, and I hope it does. All three of us.
You always say it does. Yeah, you always say you hope it does.
Everyone hopes it does, right? But him coming out and saying like, and creating this sort of like, well, people, like, it's a little manipulative. Like when he says like, people doubted me, and then, or like he says, take like, you'll regret risk that you don't. It's like, and I love it, and Rudy, and he is great, but it's let me just put it this way. It's now Rudy makes so much money. First of all, he gets great distributor pricing. He gets all sorts of deals on all sorts
100%.
of constantly selling so much. He's making so much off his Patreon, and he has so much money in real estates and stocks, and he has so much money in collectibles that even if collectibles went down 90%, he'd still have millions in collectibles. So it's sort of like he's just in a very different position than a guy out there who has a lot less. And so
100%.
Like in his position, with his knowledge and his connections and the amount of money he makes flipping, he's in a great position. Like, I don't think he's in any sort of risk. Like if I were advising Rudy, I would say, do exactly what you're doing and just continue to do it for as long as you can until it stops working. That would be the financial advice I would give to Rudy. Right. The problem sometimes is like, he doesn't talk that way. He's like an everyman is the way that it feels sometimes, in the way he talks.
Yeah, sure.
Now will people who, and I've said this, like, do I think that like putting your money into stocks over the next 5 years will make you more money than if you put money in modern sealed Pokemon? No idea.
Yeah, of course, no one knows for sure.
Yeah. But that's not the same as completely ignoring the risks and completely. That, and you know what I mean? And so that's where I wish the conversation was more like there, in that sort of middle ground.
So that's what I'm saying. Why do you think he just comes out and make a video? Like, why would he just come out and make a video like that? Just because, like, just because fuck it? Or like what? I don't know.
What do you think, Dan? You think he really believes his own thing? Like, you think he like?
I personally think he 100% believes, but like you said though, look at the positioning. Like his portfolio is so diversified, he doesn't care, bro. Like,
I've been wanting to make a video for some time on like the whole concept of people shilling items they own, and clearly his money is where his mouth is. He he believes in what he's saying because he shows his warehouses, his rooms full. He has a ton of this stuff. He clearly believes in cardboard. He's telling the truth about his real thoughts about it, and it benefits him. So he's like, why would he not make that content? Because one, he believes it, and two, it benefits him if other people believe it. Like a lot of the content I make, a lot of the things that I say, I believe it, and it's to my detriment. So like I wish I could come out and make videos that were just so confident and so bullish and so amazing and we're all going to get rich together. But
Yeah,
we show the scenarios, we talk about the percentages, we sit on the fence a lot more, people would say.
And my conclusion is to buy slowly if you're financially in a good position with this stuff. So it's like
just boring though. Like we're all gonna get rich, hop on.
It's not 90 million. It's not.
You're gonna regret it if you don't buy anything.
And anyone who says 9 billion doesn't matter is just like a spook or something. Like the way that he it's crazy.
I will say though that Rudy does say that though. What you said, like basically, is like don't be a superhero. Don't be the guy to try to save the world. But if you can afford to, buy slowly and build your position, because he said, this is the time where if you have the ability, you could build your position.
The thing is Rudy's outcome is what I agree with. Like generally in his market opinion things that he does in his Patreon, like when I read through it, I agree with basically everything Rudy says. Sure. Like the majority of it.
Sure.
And I agree with him that like if you have the money and you enjoy this stuff, I think it's reasonable to start building positions in the good stuff and do it patiently. Exactly what Rudy would say and what he would think, but look at the difference in the content, right? That's put out.
Sure.
So it's one is very like, I want you to, I guess, and it's personality thing too. I want people to be aware of all of the risks and the downside. Because I think that the majority of the YouTube space is like positive and is always like, but it's funny because like Nostalgianomics will say that the majority of the YouTube space is negative. And like, that's why he's doing what he's doing is to like be a counterbalance. So it's just interesting, right? Different people's perspectives. And it's obviously like the content you're consuming, but in my opinion, it's like Dan and I, like, I don't know who else like is being super, who has like a channel and does a lot of talks like PK does more. I feel like companies scamming, like it's a little bit more of like that than it is negative market analysis. And maybe I'm wrong or talking about risk. I'm sure he says those things. But I'm like, who else? I don't know.
I don't know. I can't think about the top of my head. We're in a bit
of a bubble. Like we have a lot of overlap with different similar content creators. I'm sure there's other like bubbles out there that we're just not in or aware of. And YouTube is big. Pokemon is big.
So we do have somebody who looks like they want to come on. So I'm going to bring them on here.
Oh, cool.
Hey there.
Oh,
hey, how's it
there
going?
We go.
Can you hear me? Is this good? Does it work?
Yeah. We hear you.
It does? How's it going? All the way from Australia, man. Bloody hell.
No. Did you just wake up? It's early over
it's
there.
4 o'clock, but I did get up at like midday, so yeah, that's the life, Dan. I don't have kids though, so I don't need to. Man, it's first time. Nice to meet you. What is that? Pokemon gym here? Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Jake?
nice to meet you, brother.
So I can't see very well.
It's all good, brother. That's cool that you're in Australia, man.
Is it? To you, maybe, not to me.
I mean, yeah, I feel you. Probably trying to get product and trying to get stuff is probably.
Oh man, shipping's expensive.
Yeah, I don't want to talk
we
about
get used to it.
I actually do need to go to sleep at 2:30 a.m. And the stream's already gone 45 minutes longer than it should.
Me too. It's almost my nap time, so I'm happy with that.
Let's just say I'm ending the stream at 2:30.
Is that 13 minutes from now? I'm good with that. That works for me.
In Jake's time, we've got another 45 minutes, guys. He's like PSA with his turnaround times.
Was there anything in particular on your mind tonight that you wanted to talk about, or just sort of just come on and hang out?
Me, no, I just enjoy listening. I don't really have that much to add. I don't do much like market stuff, so like you guys are like the market gods. So
this guy though,
not me.
For anyone who doesn't know, Pokemon Steven, he's in Australia and he moves some product. Huge volume. A lot of people are very like negative on CGC. They have their place for me. This guy moves a lot of CGC product. He does business. So recently started posting more on his YouTube. Go check that out. Pokemon
Yeah, I
Steven.
try my best. I mean, I sell a lot of PSA too, but they're just pretty slow. I mean, you can't sell PSA if they
Yeah.
don't send the cards back. So what am I supposed to do?
There's a
But
play
yeah.
that a lot of people completely ignore it, but there's definitely a play there with CGC.
I mean, I don't know if you see behind me, but every single one of these boxes is filled to the max. I mean,
Yeah.
just
What-
for
what
your
about
house probably looks the
CGC?
same. I mean, every box is just stacked.
So
I got
how many
returns
slabs are in the
everywhere.
room you're in?
Probably
100
like
per.
7,000. I don't know.
Yeah.
Those are
I
all.
got-
Are those all graded CGC cards?
CGC and PSM. I got boxes down the bottom of my desk. Some are filled with. I don't. It's everywhere. I'm about to move
It's-
house, so
It's
I don't
not
know
all.
what.
It's not all Pokemon, is it?
Yeah, it's all Pokemon. I don't really do anything else.
What do you
Oh, okay.
ship a day? How many slabs do you ship a day on average?
It depends if I like run auctions or do a sale, or I probably sell like 500 graded cards a month, like 300 to 500. It depends.
I thought you were gonna say 500 a day, and I was like,
No,
Yeah,
no,
I
not
thought it
500.
was crazy.
Man,
Dan- Dan
I'm a
wasn't
one-man
joking.
show.
I mean,
It's 500 a day. No,
serious
Ah.
movement.
That's still
no,
bigger.
yeah,
than-
probably
I don't do-
500 a month. Sounds
Yeah,
pretty
I don't.
good.
That's 10 or 15. That's 15 a day. I don't do 15 a day.
Yeah,
I
it
do
depends.
like 5 a day, maybe.
I was gonna say I might do like a couple a day. Like
5 to-
sometimes it's 5, maybe it's 3.
It
Lately,
depends
it's
on
been
how many
more.
orders I get back. If I like, because they sell pretty fast. I don't price really high. I usually go like try to go low so I can just move.
You only ship in Australia?
No, I ship all around the world.
Whew, how do you
most
do
buyers-
that? How do you do that?
Oh, you just print a label. You just chuck it on. It's pretty easy.
Nah, no, I mean like with the pricing from like, so if you're shipping from Australia to the United States, how are you making margins on cards?
I charge the shipping it costs to sell the item.
Oh, you do charge.
then-
Okay, you do
Yeah,
charge.
yeah,
shipping.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds hard, but it's pretty easy. I try to only make like $30 to $50 a card. I'm pretty.
I mean,
normal.
bro, I'm not trying to get in your like pocket or nothing, but I think that if you're selling like that and it's working for you, that's awesome. But I personally, being in the States, if people are buying from you in the States and spending $30 or $40 on shipping or whatever it is, and the price of the card, I don't know how they're not finding better deals.
You just
I
got to
don't
have the stuff that other people don't.
Don't have.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean-
sure. But I'm
No,
just
I think shipping from me is like $11 US. But I mean, I got stuff that most people might have, but I got pretty rare stuff too. I make
Is that-
margins on like trophy cards and stuff like that. Sometimes I sell that kind of stuff, but
is that $11?
really.
Is that $11 shipping for like a first class package with tracking?
yeah, just a normal tracked shipping package.
I didn't know it was that cheap.
I don't have anything around me to look. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
pretty cheap.
I can ship a single slab anywhere in the world for like 15.
Yeah.
Usually,
I was gonna
think.
say I thought it was closer like to like 18, 20, but
Some countries it
Yeah.
might be.
yeah.
Most of the cheap stuff doesn't sell overseas. It's just like when I have PSA 10s and $200, $300 cards.
I mean, obviously, I think Dan ships international, but I don't even ship international. I probably should, but
I
I
only
don't.
do with the GSP.
Okay, I was gonna say I don't even use GSP. I probably should.
you don't
'cause
use
it-
GSP.
oh.
You definitely
I should
use
because I
GSP.
know it cuts off a ton of my probably business that I could do, but I know when once it gets to GSP, eBay takes care of it. They're
Mhm.
liable. I understand all that, but I don't know, man. It's something in me, bro. I've never shipped it. Like I've only shipped international a couple times, and that was like when I was first like starting off. I wasn't even like doing this how I do it now, but it's just scary. And a lot of international people, bro, they want stuff declared way undervalued because they don't want to pay the
Yeah, but
custom fees and-
GSP, you
They
ship
make
it to
them. They
Kentucky,
make them. Yeah.
They make them pay up front.
I
All
get
that
it.
is done.
You just gave every good reason on why to do it. And you
No,
just
no, I
never
get
do
it. I no, I 100%. I don't know, man, and I don't trust customs, bro. I've heard so many nightmares.
It doesn't
with
matter,
customs.
though.
I know. eBay handles
You
it.
get
I
it
get
delivered
it.
to
You got the
Erlanger,
best case
Kentucky.
scenario. You can't lose.
Erlanger,
Yeah.
Kentucky, and you're golden.
Yeah.
Trust me. Cool trainer Ryan tells me all the time I'm a pussy. That's pretty much what he tells me. Like,
Hey,
just
whoa,
stop.
whoa, he said that on me. I didn't say that.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying. Like, I'm just saying in general. Like, I don't know, man. I've never shipped international, so well, not never shipped, but I'm saying like I just don't do it. I don't know.
You should. Anyone in America should definitely turn GSP on. It's free.
Mhm.
There's every like 90% of cards are available in America. It's just
Oh yeah, for sure. Almost
You have to
everything
do
is
it.
in America. Yeah, that
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I might even be able to get a premium because there's some people who can't even, they can't get the card unless they buy from US. So maybe you even get a premium sometimes.
yeah, no,
Yeah,
GSP is a
awesome.
godsend. If you're a seller, I'm so jealous you guys got GSP. I mean, I don't mind shipping international, doing it myself, but
Sure.
if I could just send it to Erlanger, KY, oh my god, my life would be so
You
much
said
easier.
you said the GSP location is Kentucky.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So this is sort of the pro argument, right? That if you're not bullish, that people who are sort of negative or who are not buying at all or are too worried are going to miss out on sort of the next boom or the next growth. This is the mirror of those of us who are in the hobby going into that. People buying now will reap the next rewards. I don't know if you guys have thoughts on that or want to add anything, but my response is like, yeah, could be.
If we go into another boom, I am like in good shape.
I was gonna say Dan is strapped.
I'm in good shape now. Like,
yeah,
I'll be in great shape if we 10x again in the next decade.
I was gonna say I'm in decent shape now, and if we go into a boom where my stuff goes up 5, x or even 3x, bro, like that's amazing. Amazing. It doesn't even need to be 10x, bro. It could be 3x. I'll take a 2x.
Yeah.
I'm 100% content with doubling or tripling with another boom, but I don't know what it would take for another boom like we had, bro. And I also don't know, like, yeah. I don't know, bro. I don't want to say it's not possible because anything's possible, but highly unlikely.
If I could sign on today for a guaranteed 3% growth on everything Pokemon for the next 20 years, I would take that all day long. Because the stuff that I'm not actively selling, I'd make a guaranteed return, and then I'd just be buying low, selling high, flipping throughout, like killing it without having to worry about a crash in between and just making good margin throughout.
My concern with comments like this is that it feels like get rich. Like there's a feeling in this that feels, rather than having sort of a moderate of like, we don't know what's going to happen. Like there's some reasons to think positively, some reasons to think negatively. It's like this mindset I feel like is sometimes in the hobby of like, you're a fool if you sort of don't buy a bunch, or like, we'll be laughing at you. We'll be the rich people. It's like that sort of thing. And I think that's a lot of the FOMO can be caused by that. And it's sort of like, what I would do instead is sort of like study the pops and the price and the liquidity and the data, and then hopefully sort of like be ahead of the trend.
That sounds boring.
Yeah, that is boring. I don't want prices to go up. I really don't want prices to go up, personally.
And me. Hoping for a slow growth rather than a boom. Yeah. Psychologically and emotionally, that would be phenomenal.
That's what I want. I can't do another 2020.
2020 was
another decade.
Crazy.
I don't want to do that. No,
2020 was absolutely crazy for sure.
I'm happy with slow growth. There's so many crazy margins right now. Like, you don't need things to 10x. I mean, I bought some of these like 2 months ago. I don't know if you can see that. It's a 25th Japanese
25th.
Charizard.
Yep.
I think I bought this like $80. I paid 50 to grade it, and I sold one today for $350. I don't think we need some 3x, 5x boom thing. There's so many margins in good stuff.
Yeah, the market can be flat, and you can make a lot of money.
Yeah. It's really healthy right now. People should be able to complete goals, and things should be attainable. Otherwise, it just gets it's lame. It's like, it's just
for sure.
It's not fun at all.
If you can't complete goals, if you can't add to your collection or your binder right now, like, bro, in 2021, people couldn't. Well, they could do it, but I guess ultimately they paid a price.
You could even get a base set Charizard in like end of 2020 for like less than 1,000.
Yeah.
I think one interesting thing is sort of like, so how many cards can you do that with right now? Right? Like, how many cards can I buy right now? Grade. Let's say 50% are going to hit 10s, 50% are going to be 9s. The 9s I'm going to make, 10 to 20% on or something. And then the 10s I'm going to make, 100% gain on, or maybe even more, on that card, more than 100% gain, right? It's like, is that a healthy market where is that where it's going to rest, where it's like, or is that way too big of a margin of making profit where there's going to be more people who are going to do that and flood that because the amount of money there is so good that you're just going to have people like competing and then compete that down basically. To me, it also goes to like, how much new product, like how many new options can you do that on new stuff? Because is that stuff going to end? Is there's going to be like certain plays that exist for certain windows? which is what usually happens, and then more competition comes in and ends that window or diminishes the window's return, then you need new options or new things to basically do and try to like repeat that sort of success over and over and over again. And then how many cards, how much money can you do it before you flood the market? And then what is a stable level that sort of like works for everyone, where there are not enough people in the world who are willing to do the work that you're willing to do, basically, where you're going to make like, I'm going to work hard. I'm going to make like 50 to 100,000 a year or something doing that. And that is like, I'm serving a purpose there that is like sustainable, rather than I'm taking advantage of like a temporary, inefficient, market. And that's what I think about. Like when Dan quit his job, I'm like, that's terrifying to me. Now Dan's in a situation of like, his wife pays his bills and we've been through this, but
And where do I get that?
But like, it's that repeatable. It's like, it's very interesting. Or do you have to move on from Pokemon and go to other TCGs and CCGs? Or do you have to like sell like supplies from China, like toilet paper? Like, do you have to like, you know what I mean? Like if you're going to be an eBayer and you're going to be doing arbitrage, like, can it exist in these? And then will it, yes, maybe it will always exist as long as there's like liquidity and interest, because there are going to be not enough people willing to do the work that if you're willing to do the work, those margins will be there. I'm just throwing some things that I think are interesting, because I barely, like, I don't even want to do it full time as in Pokemon. I can't imagine doing eBay arbitrage and stuff that I like had no interest in. And I was just like picking, it's just like, so,
bro, you bring up a ton of great points. That's why I asked before. I think it was on y'all's live when I asked Dan and maybe Radar it was. I asked him, I said, bro, how much do you think in your head, and like how fearful are you that you aren't able to replenish your inventory, or that you can't continue to keep doing this? Because it's a reality. Like you said, when talking about quitting your job, if you don't have the inventory set up, like Dan made a great point, which is what I did. When I was working, I saved up tons of money. I also saved up tons in inventory. So a lot of the stuff that, maybe, I don't know, I can't speak on Dan, but a lot of the stuff maybe Dan's making money on and I'm making money on are unrealized gains. Now, what happens when that stuff runs out? Like you said, how many opportunities are there in Modern and on these cards? Do you go to other? I think you have to do a little bit of everything. You have to go to other games. You have to go to Magic, maybe Yu-Gi-Oh. You have to look where you have to constantly be looking where there's opportunities to make money. There's tons of competition now too, bro. Like that's another thing that's scary, is that there are tons of people willing to do this, I think.
And I'm concerned that people are living off of their capital gains, right? So and people are quitting their jobs, not with a repeatable sort of like, I bought this card for 80 and I sold it for 350 and the market didn't change. I just took advantage of an inefficiency.
Yep.
So because that needs to be your business model, in my opinion.
Yeah,
not like Pokemon is going to grow 10% a year forever.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, I think that if you're viewing it that way to pay your bills, you're taking a pretty large risk, in my opinion. If you view it the other way, I still think you're taking a risk, because I think that it can be competitive and
100%.
disappear. But it's like, it's much less of a risk. And then if you combine it also with like some investment strategies, and you're building a YouTube following and a channel and some other streams of income, like I think that it's certainly worth trying and worth doing, and seeing how far you can grow it and where it goes, particularly if your wife, pays all of your bills.
I don't have any plans of going back to work right now, but I 100% agree with you. But I've also told myself in my head that I am 100% completely okay with saying that I tried this and I'll go back to work. I'm okay with that. Like if that happens, I'm 100% okay with that. But like you said, basically what you're telling me, as long as I find a wife like, Dan has, or a girlfriend, then I'm 100% set, because she could just pay my bills. So I think that's actually the niche right there. That's actually it. Don't look for collections. Look for a girl who can take care of you.
Yeah, Dan can afford to lose actually 15 to 20% a year, and she'll still be able to cover it.
I'm just having fun, and she fuels my passion. She funds my passion.
I don't think you understand. It's just all pure gambling by now. Like, we won so many times, and now we feel like we can't lose. We're like bulletproof. but we'll lose eventually, Dan. I think maybe, probably not. Honestly,
People will not stop paying too much for plastic.
I agree. That's why we continue to grade though.
In spite of the market coming down so much, there are still so many plays to be made. It's scary
It's
how
crazy.
many plays there are to be made. And it might not last forever, but it doesn't seem like it's ending.
I said that to somebody, bro, about like $18, like about the plays like introduced at $18. Sure, it's gonna take a long time maybe for your cards to get back, but like you said, that opens the door to the plays that are out there and the plays that can be made at that. I don't know, bro. Like you said, it's scary how many plays are available because, like he said too, it's gambling, and I mean, I love gambling, and we'll always continue to take that gamble until it really hurts us, right?
All right, guys, I'm gonna end the stream because I have to go to bed, and I actually am working tomorrow.
Ooh, actual working.
Oh,
I'm working right now.
Just
Yeah,
like
me
Dan's
too.
wife. Just like Dan's wife, I have to go to work.
Dan, you better put them subs in when we get off this. That's what you better do.
I could
He's
have
like,
entered
nah.
300. I could have gave PSA $5,000 tonight, and instead I was here talking to you guys.
I mean, you could have had it packed up and ready to go for sure.
I know, I'm slacking.
I mean, I got a ton of orders I actually need to go pack, bro. I could have been packing orders.
Thank you all in the chat for hanging out with us. Thank you guys for coming on the stream and talking. Got like 115 people watching it like in the middle of the night.
3 a.m. Yeah, I was gonna say almost at
Yes,
3 a.m.
We're getting some people from across the world, and in this country too. We have basic trainers that I just woke up.
I love lives. They're fun.
Yeah, really appreciate everyone. We have a Patreon if you wanna help support us there, and we have like a Discord that goes with that, and the spiel. Probably most people know it. This Sunday we're doing the live Zoom where Dan will be analyzing something.
Who knows?
For all of us, and we'll be having a nice conversation with a bunch of guys about the hobby and hopefully getting a little bit more analytical with some numbers. Otherwise, yeah, subscribe to these fellows' channels as well. So I think everyone has. Do you have a channel, Pokemon Gym here, or no?
So in like 2017, I tried to make a YouTube, and I was gonna post. I have a video of me pulling the Crystal Charizard. I have some of my old subs that I sent out on there, but
yeah,
I mean, no, I don't have a YouTube. You can just follow me on Instagram if you want. No,
it's
YouTube.
sexy now. You got to start doing it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's sexy now.
All
You're
that good
funny,
stuff. Yeah, and Pokemon Steven, is that your YouTube
Yeah,
channel?
just call me Steve or Steve. Yeah, this is my YouTube channel, but you don't have to watch it. You can ask me questions if you ever need help on like flipping or buying or selling. I'm pretty good at it by now, but
you might know him as 1 Minute Flips. You might know him as Buckna. He's all over the place without you.
Yeah, I have a few usernames. I try to spread it out because I got a lot of enemies. That's me, Jake. I messaged you the other day. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, I know Buckna. I just didn't know the face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good on Japanese.
I've known you for a long time. Before and
I'm all right on Japanese cards, but English cards don't ask me. Ask Dan. He loves English cards, like celebrations and all that stuff.
Oh, I love English
Ask me
too.
on rare Japanese stuff and stuff that matters. So
Stuff that matters. You're funny.
I have that card.
It's funny.
We got the same one.
It's
Dan
funny
and
from an E4 after all these years and like seeing people's names and never seeing their face or knowing their actual name.
I've known Dan for like 7 years.
What were you saying, Steve?
6-7 years, I think I've known Dan.
Yeah, we've been chatting for a while.
I used to beg him for help and advice when I first started. That's how crazy this is. Every day. And now look at me. I got all these CGC cards thanks to Dan.
Now you've surpassed me by multiples.
Not even close, bro. I'm not even close.
The best modern Japanese trophy collection in the world has to be.
Bro, Dan's so humble. Like he didn't just do that big deal with Rusty. He's like, yeah, like just nothing. Like, bro, come on. But nah, it's good. Stay humble, brother.
All right, guys. Everyone have a good night. I apologize. I know you guys want to keep talking. I'm sorry.
Nah, I'm going to sleep. See you later, mate.
All right.
Nice meeting you
guys. Thanks, chat.
Later.